To thank Mr. Martin Čermák, without whose diligent annual organization the could not take place. Conference in the Parliamentary Committee is available for the event. And of course, I would presenting their contributions at this conference today. To be an qualified manner. However, I'd like unfortunately, I must say, as they have been to date, I must say it bluntly that the future of agriculture in the EU is very dark. In addition to the expectations, we have food. We may face a reduced food security. Of course, the old notorious problems of as a result of the so-called European subsidies and above all national subsidies, the richer the trade Poland and above all imports from non-EU countries where, despite declarations to the contrary, the same stringent may say trades clearly winning over primary production. And object price down and below the cost of production. On the other hand, using other levers on suppliers in the interest of their extreme profit. The operations are looking for opportunities. They are with regard to the use of children all of a sudden, CO2 emissions are not an issue. The period of food and the anti-COVID of EU agriculture, however, in fact, in Europe, and so, for example, shortage load. Already hard press is agriculture general, but in addition reduces the use of fertilizers by 20% and pesticides by 50%. Reduction of loans and half or small as well. In addition, deal means that medium enterprises are obliged not to use parts of agricultural farming using business getting increases have achieved raw materials unilateral dependence on the US and other important. Russia has turned into the world's largest grain exporter, and not used on the Russian market is thrown into sales in countries where it further reduces domestic production. In fundamental problems, there is a significant ability of larger it requires a larger number of workers and ability. Is the EU doing? First of all, it's certainly not abandoning the trend, regardless of the decline in the self-sufficiency of individual countries and regardless of the fact that agricultural products are becoming a strategic Timmermans in the price of energy resources interpreted as positive actions seek to extend the military in Ukraine. On the contrary, the citizens of the EU countries affected by high inflation are being assured that they should get used to changing their eating habits, to eat more plant-based diet, and they should switch to eating insects. Thus, on the one hand, the have clearly see the indifference, not enthusiasm for the results achieved. Unless going
protože na výměnu v orgánech Evropské unie není naděje, je ohrožena samotná
Aktuální stav zemědělství a potravinářství. Vývoj dostatku potřebného množství potravin je zásadně ohrožené proto vlastně dává do povinností nás zemědělců, že budeme hospodařit extenzivněji, to znamená méně. Jak poklesly stavy, které
that
vyrovnané podmínky a zajistí i
EU,
vyrovnané výsledky tak, aby Evropa
all EU member
mohla
states should
konkurovat
have
velkým zemím, jako jsou Spojené státy,
results so that
Rusko a
an
podobně.
outcome so that it can compete with countries like the US or Russia. However, this is not. Basically, in line with the strategic plan, we have the goal of not being self-sufficient, and that will not take a long time. The problems are going to become very be transparent. The Parliament approved legislation on major market force, which doesn't all thing what is happening have stop unfair market practices. Legislation or legislation, so that differs from legislation in France, Germany, or elsewhere, where it says that you can't purchase below production prices, that you know, for instance, has and also has to be
Řada podniků měla zafixované ceny elektrické
energy taxation prices has finished for a number of companies. The significant increase in many factors. See very many negative prices. There is huge inflation that also causes wages to increase. Another reason why self-sufficiency is that we see a decline in pork. Have self-sufficiency. The same applies to ag. There are arguments that were made figures, and the same applies to fruit. Each year, entry production decreases significantly. In a couple of years, we'll have to import everything instead of having our own. The same applies to vegetables, because vegetables important here are imported dumping prices, and self-sufficiency is stagnating, even falling. So we're going to have
vidět to, že se zhoršuje životní prostředí dovozem, logistikou a podobně. V podstatě si dělá s náma současně garnitura, jak česká, tak Evropské unie legraci, protože je to všechno postavené na tom, že někdo zpracovává nějaké představy vývoje zemědělství, který v životě
somebody has certain ideas
dělá to od stolu
the EU in efficient at all. There could be lack of
desítky procent obyvatel
we're going to money to buy food. Inflation is
smutný.
And instead of having experts who clearly set out the direction, we have leaders who have no idea whatsoever.
Politických náměstků ze všech stran, takže čím dál více méně schopných lidí.
More and more, for instance, political deputies. So we see here in Furki, it's very difficult. Solution. We must the implementation of the green straight away.
The Africans 1.5 the plate. People need another solution. Nothing produced for
se podporují ty, kteří nevyrábí. 58,7 miliardy korun, z toho 41
58.7 billion crowns. individual commodities. Potatoes are supplied to retail for 5 crowns, but food for 25, it's 400%. So the cost is 20%, and nobody knows where the remainder ends up. So those who do not know anything about agriculture have enough space on TV, in the media, and they give our population this pressure on continuing their work. So the rentability should be between 8 to 10%. In food industry, it should be 5 to 6%. And in trade, it should be around 2%. Key things which should be taken into consideration. Support is given to anything. National aid should be directed at animal production, at production. These are very successful commodities here, previous these commodities, but now the situation is completely different. That we are 80% self-reliant in fruits are not true. This is completely false. Should be what be changed? We should increase production, increase subsidies in production. Also, the state have high income. The VAT income tax. The agricultural businesses are VAT payers. Produce anything, do not contribute to the state budget. So, if here in Prague, thinking it would be and we would have our whole health system. In the Czech Republic, we have an association from produce anything use. Don't say support production, they would lead to increased production, but reduce the
tento stav, pokud se neřeší, tak dojde
If
k
this
dalšímu snížení výroby.
is not
U vepřového a drůbežího masa
production
jednoznačně.
will decline further, especially
době
in meat.
máme zhruba pouze 74
Currently,
000 vepřových matek.
1,000
Jsme v takovém
of
stavu, že další podniky připravují uzavření těchto výrob. Takže a přitom máme 43,5 kg vlastně vepřového masa spotřebu na obyvatele. Stejně tak drůbežího masa. Je řada podniků, který zastavili vlastně výkrm drůbeže a snižují dodávky do zpracovatelského průmyslu.
to poultry
A budeme
and
zase mluvit
still
o tom, jestli dovezeme z Polska, z Brazílie, z Ukrajiny
reduced.
a
So we will
podobně.
have to import from
Obdobná
Poland,
situace
Brazil, Ukraine, and
ovoce
etc.
a zeleniny.
And
Tam to
in fruits
vidíte
and
všichni
vegetables, the
jednoznačně.
situation is
Zelenina jde za
similar.
10 korun na obchod
The
a
vegetables
prodává
are
se
supplied
za
to
30,
the
40,
ground,
dokonce
but
česká
sold
tragédie.
even 50.
Vůbec nikdo
This
tuto
is
současné doby
addressing
bylo
this
jídla dostatek.
because
Takže
up
všichni
to
si dělají
now
legraci z
there
toho, že se nic
enough
nezmění a
food.
že si všechno dovezeme.
problem
dojde,
we
když
will
tento stav se nebude
improve,
řešit?
but that's not
Dojde k
true.
růstu cen
Unless
obilovin.
this is
Růstu cen
addressed,
proč?
the
Protože porostou ceny
the
energií,
prices of grain
průmyslových
will go
strojů a
up
služby, jak jsem tady
because
řekl. A současně dojde k snížení výnosu z důvodu
and
nedostatku
also
organických
the
látek, protože živočišná
decline
výroba
also the revenues
trvale klesá. Nebude to jenom organikou, ale bude to i průmyslová hnojiva, protože nikdo za ceny, které jsou nabízeny, tyto vlastně průmyslové hnojiva nekoupí. Dále, mýtus, že vše dovezeme, je úplná utopie. Evropská unie zeleným údělem nebude sama soběstačná a již dnes končí 1000 číslo ještě poroste. Znám situaci v zahraničí, mohu by tady o tom mluvit na Německa o tom, jak přemýšlí tamní výrobci. Porostou dovozy z Jižní a Severní Ameriky, které obsahují hormony, antibiotika a samozřejmě chemii, myslím tím chemické ochranné prostředky, které u nás už jsme dávno zrušili, protože mají nějaké stopy, které se pak můžou projevovat i v potravinách. Kukuřice a soja nejenom produkci GMO, ale i výzkum kolem GMO. Není hektár kukuřice. Výzkum a dělali se zkoušky, jestli tam vliv nějaký je nebo ne. Další růstem potravin v desítkách procent. Už jsem tady řekl, protože zemědělství a potraviny. Veškerý sortiment potravin teď se rozhoduje o naší budoucnosti. Řešení existuje, jak jste slyšeli. Nečekejme, konejme. Děkuji za pozornost.
It is a decisive time for future. So we cannot
jdeme na původní technické řešení.
Internet connection now. So
minut, než se podaří tedy obnovit
Tak dobrý den, dámy a pánové. Mé jméno je David Behenský, já jsem tady ze Svazchemického průmyslu. Pokusím se nějakým způsobem navázat na co to tady
I'm a representative of the Chemical Industry Association of the Czech Republic. I would like to follow up on what has already been mentioned. I am a member of the younger generation, and I would like to comment on what the older previous speakers have said. Let me speak about the implications of the Green Deal policy and the current energy prices on the availability of fertilizers in the EU. We can think about what can be improved as regards the farming policy. The truth is that what Mr. Jandisek has mentioned about the negative impacts of the Green Deal on agriculture, this is a fact that's happening, and we see it in the chemical industry as well. If I was to criticize the Green Deal for something, first it would be the time frame, as it has been said, because certain things cannot be sped up, and physics, that's something that you can't circumvent. And then secondly, there is only little dialogue led with representatives of manufacturing and industry. We often see that ways are sought to achieve the objectives, but the arguments are often based on the scientific basis. These are not listened to, and that's a shame, because all that may lead to, as opposed to compromise, that we all went to rejection or a radical liquidation of the industry and agriculture, which nobody wants. So dialogue is essential. However, what I'd like to speak about today, there are two issues. First would be the impact of the energy crisis and events in Ukraine on the price of fertilizers and chemical production at large in the whole EU. The truth is that after the Farm to Fork strategy has been adopted, chemists and farmers are closer to one another than ever before, because fertilizers are used by producers in farming. And then I would like to speak about the relationship between Green Deal and the price of fertilizers. I disagree with what we sometimes hear in the media, that the high price of fertilizers is caused by the Green Deal. I'll explain why. I would also like to highlight one specific, and this is the European Commission's vision of how we should address the issue of availability of fertilizers in the EU. Actually, even though it is well thought through, it is not viable in the time frame that the EC requires. However, let's first go back to the price of fertilizers issue. Undoubtedly, everybody knows that the price of fertilizers and chemicals in general is linked to the price of oil and natural gas. So this chart that I've borrowed from the quoted source shows what the price development has been after the attack on Ukraine. We can see that the price of natural gas has increased roughly tenfold, and the production of fertilizers is based on natural gas consumption. It's not about the energy sector, but rather the use of hydrogen, physical reaction. So hydrogen that use natural gas. And if we look at it, that from the perspective that natural gas is the main component of fertilizers production, the price of fertilizers needs to rise hand in hand with the price of natural gas. So when we see this tenfold price increase, we have to increase prices or restrict production. This is what many producers have done. And on the following slides, I'll show that. Who has restricted production. We can, however, see the price of natural gas going down, and it's possible to discuss to what extent the price of natural gas soared as a result of speculations on the market, so say 30% perhaps accounted for that. On the other hand, there was demand for natural gas because otherwise nobody would have purchased for that price, and the price wouldn't have been kept at that level for a long time. We can see on this chart the impact of natural gas on the whole chemical industry. So this is a survey that we did across the members of the Chemical Association members. And up until the crisis in Ukraine, up until the time when natural gas soared as much as it did, the chemical business was fairly balanced. The costs of energy, material were higher than the energy costs, which is better. And there was guaranteed profit at a time when the price of natural gas reached the astronomical amount. I dare say this ratio has shifted. So the price of energies in production exceeded the price of raw materials. And at the same time, we can see that the profitability in the chemical industry has been put to a halt. So the chemical industry has been forced that based on the natural gas prices, either it would sell the product at a loss, which is nonsense, and nobody is willing to do that, or stop production and thus limit the availability of fertilizers on the European market, which has led to an increase in their price as a result. And here I hope that you can see this chart clearly, so you can see how the main fertilizer producers have been restricting, limiting their production as a result of the soaring natural gas prices. Producers all over Europe, based on the soaring natural gas price, either have limited their production or stopped it altogether, and the amounts are significant. So sometimes production was limited by 35–40%, or there have been complete stoppages of production. We were all waiting to see what's going to happen. We were hoping for the ECO Council to intervene, and we also hoped that the market would intervene. However, at a time when most production companies stop their production, at a time when farmers need to use fertilizers, the fertilizers also increase in price, and that has a huge impact on farmers as a result. So what has happened? Regarding external impacts, this chart shows the impact mainly of nitrogen fertilizers and their production outside of the EU. So basically the EU in nitrogen fertilizers does not play a leading role, so China is the main producer. The EU produces practically what it consumes. There is some export, but we mainly produce what we use. The main reason being that the primary raw material, natural gas, is imported. Other raw materials are not available or not at least in sufficient amounts. At a time when chemical production in the EU, as a result of the soaring natural gas price, the production, at that time, the producers outside from outside of the EU have started pushing themselves into the European market, and regarding communication of availability of fertilizers, there have been opinions saying that we should open the market, and then, well, I'm very glad that the EC has maintained the anti-dumping measures on imported fertilizers, but we need to answer the question whether replacing the dependence on Russian natural gas or replacing this dependence would be best met by importing from outside of the EU. We believe that fertilizers used in the EU, in particular the nitrogen fertilizers, should be produced in the EU and shouldn't be imported. That's our opinion, because it may happen in the future that these fertilizers can be used for the same extortion, just as natural gas has been. And imports are from countries that 10 years ago were not seen as friendly countries, and we cannot predict how they'll be seen going forward. So we have to protect our interests and fertilizers production. And this chart clearly shows that the EU is not a major fertilizer production. One other chart that I'd like to share with you that also sheds light on the situation related to war in Ukraine. If you look at the history of the price of ammonia, which is the fundamental raw material for nitrogen fertilizers, you can see that in 2008 there was similar development, just like after Russia attacked Ukraine this year. In 2008, there was yet another crisis in Ukraine, so the price of natural gas soared, the price of ammonia as well. Then it started to decline because the situation de-escalated after a certain period of time. However, we are seeing no de-escalation of situation in the Ukraine now, but there is certain historical development that copies the changes, and now we see the ammonia price going down somewhat because, well, natural gas is getting to the European market, and companies have resumed production. The reason why I've decided to share this slide with you is that I believe the price of fertilizers and natural gas is unrelated to Green Deal, even though, well, certain, due to some speculative matters, it may be related, but it's mainly related to the political and war situation in Ukraine. And here, let me move to a summary, but I can perhaps skip that, and you can read that later. But now let me move to the EC's proposal of how to address the availability of fertilizers in the EU. In relation to Green Deal, the EC has proposed that we have to replace natural gas from Russia by alternative production. And that is basically the production of green fertilizers. Theoretically, that idea is very good. To put it simply, you produce green energy based on that, on the basis of electrolysis. You produce hydrogen, water. You don't need natural gas anymore. As a result of that, you separate nitrogen from the air. You join it together with hydrogen, and you have the main raw materials for fertilizers production. So that idea is correct as such. I understand why the EU is pushing that and why it sees it as a way out of this crisis. What is bad, however, is the funding, the timing, and decontextualization of it all. Because in order to replace the current production and consumption of green fertilizers in the EU, and so to replace the existing fertilizers by green fertilizers, we would have to be producing such equivalent of green energy that would compare to 15 or 20 Temelín nuclear power plant productions, and that's just for the green fertilizers. The same greening presumption is for steel making companies, households, etc. Whether we can achieve that in 10 years' time or in 30 years' time, at a time when in Europe there is high pressure against nuclear power, which is not seen as green, then there is also pressure on using the energy production for other purposes than green fertilizers. So I dare say that the objectives are unachievable. If we strive to make fertilizers green too quickly, we won't be able to create such a product that can compete with the import that I have described at the outset of my presentation. So if we do not take into consideration physical matters, we need time, we need money, we need to lead dialogue with the Commission at technical level. So if that is not respected, it may happen that chemical production in Europe will come to an end. The same applies to the production of fertilizers. And the question is not whether there'll be enough European fertilizers on the European market, but rather the question will be whether there will be any fertilizers whatsoever and at what cost. So let me try and appeal that we should indeed go back to discussions on physical grounds, so whether the objectives are achievable at all, because at this stage the political debate is not dedicated to these themes, and we believe that from the perspective of the chemical industry this is wrong. So much from my side. Thank you very much for your dedicated attention.
The interpreters cannot hear anything. Is anyone speaking out there? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to present a short contribution to this conference. My name is Svatopluk Mirel. I am the Vice Chairman of the Association of Agriculture of the Czech Republic and also an owner of an agricultural business in South Moravia. The name of today's conference is The Future of the Czech Agriculture, but I would like to say that also European agriculture faces problems, and to know what to do, we should remember the history. After the First World War, 1/3 of all land in the Czech Republic was owned by big aristocratic families, and they owned 22% of all the agricultural land and almost 31% of all the land of Czechoslovakia. The owners of large aristocratic farms represented only 0.04% of all landowners. Small farmers managed only 7% of the land in Czechoslovakia, but at the same time they accounted for 68% of all the landowners. The farming nature of the Czechoslovak economy was partly strengthened by the land reform. The hunger for land was enormous. The Schwarzenberg family owned 248,000 hectares of land. The Liechtenstein family held 173,000 hectares. The Archdiocese of Prague held 23,000 hectares, etc. Within 20 years, only 44% of all the land seized was parceled out. A small allocation of up to 30 hectares was granted to 640,000 people. However, the Land Office created 2,500 so-called residual large farms with total area of 230,000 hectares of the best land, which were partly acquired by individuals or companies affiliated to the agrarian party. Now I would like to present a short video where you can see that individual parcels of land were combined quite quickly.
Osobně bych se chtěl podívat na místa, která byla vyfotografována tak před 50 lety.
Současnou situaci studuje vědec z Národního ústavu pro zemědělský výzkum Marc Benoit. Jeho cílem je porovnat ze vzduchu francouzskou krajinu 60. let s tou dnešní.
Přírodní region Beauce představuje největší zemědělskou plochu ve Francii. Má dva charakteristické rysy. Nerostou zde velké stromy, jen malé hájky a je to odedávna obilnice země. A dalším rysem je výrazné seskupení lidských příbytků. Vesnice Fens, dole pod námi, je prostě úžasná. Najdeme v ní všechno. Typickou místní strukturu, panské domy, sila, lesík, rozlehlá pole. Krajina je strukturována především velikostí a vzájemným uspořádáním polí.
Marc letí nad rozlehlými pro zdejší krajinu typickými čtverhrannými farmami. Co se zde během posledního půlstoletí událo? Porovnejme to, co vidíme dnes, s fotografiemi pořízenými na stejných místech v 60. letech. Například tyto 3 farmy. Na fotografii z roku 1966 napočítáme 126 políček s různými plodinami. Satelitní fotografie ze současnosti nám jich ukáže pouze 50. Scelování pozemků ovlivnily uniformizace zemědělských kultur a pokles počtu zemědělců. Francouzskou půdu dnes obdělává nový typ rolníků.
Takže ještě v krátkosti.
Shortly, in 1939, there were 2 French studying the situation in Czechoslovakia, and this is how they characterized the success of cooperatives. Czechoslovakia can be considered the best model, the best example for cooperative farming, even though in some countries like Denmark and their medical cooperatives, etc., could have better results. No country was similar as the situation in Czechoslovakia. However, in our country, the world cooperative cooperative farming has turned into a term of the past, of history. But in all countries, all other countries of the European Union, farming is mainly done by cooperatives, because small farmers would not be able to push to sell their products to the retail chains. The development of agriculture in the Czech Republic after 1989 was such that agriculture in the Czech Republic was one of the strongly preferred sectors. The transition to a market economy meant significant pressure for agriculture to adapt to new economic conditions and market opportunities. Up to 1989, there was no private sector. 2/3 of agricultural land was farmed by agricultural cooperatives, and 1/3 of the land in the country belonged to state farms. The average area of agricultural land in cooperatives was 2,500 hectares, and it was 6,200 hectares in state farms. By the end of 1990, 3,200 private farms were run by individuals in the Czech Republic. However, these persons managed less than 1% of the agricultural land. Towards the end of 2017, 3,521,000 hectares, it means 84% of the total area of agricultural land, was used for farming. Individuals were farming approximately 30% of the agricultural land area, of which agricultural entrepreneurs farmed 27% of the total area of agricultural land. The remaining 69% of agricultural land was farmed by legal entities, namely joint stock companies 24.5%, limited liability companies 25%, cooperatives 18.7%, other legal entities 0.8%. So this shows what the structure was like. And after 1990, there were efforts to break down this structure, but nobody asks farmers. Whether they really want to manage their home farms, because they had no facilities. So nobody asked them whether they wanted to restart their farming. And the current situation and the current policy shows new efforts again Ukraine. We are really competitive in the European Union in farming and also on the global level, but unfortunately, the situation does not correspond to what would be desirable. So I would like to present another video showing the well-developed.
Tady na území bývalého východního Německa můžeme pozorovat, že struktura krajiny je jiná než na západě. Jsou zde obrovská pole, dědictví po zemědělských družstvech a kolektivizaci. Velmi ostře se odlišují od rozparcelovanější krajiny, se kterou se setkáváme na západě. Je to svým způsobem pozůstatek historie dvou německých států. Stopa, kterou po sobě zanechaly socioekonomické struktury, které zde po několik desetiletí převažovaly.
Zemědělské modely obou bývalých částí Německa poznamenaly krajinu různým způsobem, a to tak hluboce, že na mapě je ještě patrná bývalá hranice. Tmavě zelená barva vyznačuje hospodářství rozkládající se na ploše více než 250 hektarů. Ta se nacházejí převážně na východě. Světlejší zelení jsou pak vyznačeny zemědělské podniky hospodařící na méně než 20 hektarech půdy. Těch je naopak nejvíce na západě. Pokud jde o chov dobytka, modely jsou identické s tím, že na východě dosahují počty stád rekordních čísel.
Tato stará zemědělská družstva byla přeměněna na moderní agroindustriální korporace. Obzvlášť významné místo zaujímá chov kuřat a vepřů. Německo produkuje i pro světový trh a zemědělské výrobky vyváží ve velkém. Tyto velké struktury jsou k tomu účelu velice vhodné.
V těchto budovách probíhá intenzivní chov asi 12 000 kuřat. O kousek dál jsou vepříny pro více než 6 000 kusů prasat.
Velmi zajímavé je, že se tak obrovský zemědělský podnik nachází uprostřed lesa.
Tak jak jste mohli vidět,
as you could see, these farms are considered modern, prosperous businesses. On the other hand, in our country, they are referred to as entities that cause damage to the landscape, to the environment, and have no future. Of course, small farmers have their place, they have their role in agriculture, and they are important in terms of diversity, but they should provide about 5% of the production, while the rest should be ensured by big farms. Because having 15 to 20 cows, 20, 30 pigs makes no economical sense today. So for the government, or instead of supporting those who just aim at gaining subsidies, the government should support those who really produce. We must motivate the next generation to want to manage these farms, and we should support those. The agriculture is not left or right or at the medium of the political spectrum. There is just one agriculture, and the population should respect the work of farmers, because during the COVID pandemics, as well as today, the farmers have to get up, to wake up early in the morning to do the daily work. But what the future of agriculture is. There is a new plan for the years following 2030. So what are the targets to support viability, to support competitiveness, fight against the changed climate, support to employment and growth, ensuring high quality of food? everybody selects nice topics, but nobody really acts. And today in Europe, and mainly in the Czech Republic, we can see that the situation is opposite the goals we have seen. Agriculture is a marine vessel which cannot be turned in a different direction based on the type of the government. The policy must be set up for 10, 20 years ahead. So changes cannot be made with a change of the minister, because each farm should be serving for 30, 40 years. And now the farmers face decisions whether to close down some part of their business because they are not able to sustain everything. And if Europe is to be united, everybody should have the same condition, and individual countries should also be able to provide support. As long as the redistribution rate is 10% at minimum, that should also be a top threshold, because otherwise situations occur like in the Czech Republic when 10% turn 30. And this led to problems and conflicts among farmers. And if the rate here is 31 euro and in Austria it is 70, we cannot really compete. So finally, I would like to recap on what my pre-speaker said in relation to the energy crisis and its impacts on agriculture. Fertilizer prices have increased 3 times. Energy spot prices in September were 15 crowns per kilowatt hour. And they increased significantly just in a month. In September, we decided to buy gas, and we were told to buy gas because there was fear there would be none, and we bought it, but it was, compared to the last year, the price were 14 times higher. So it is really hard to manage farms in such conditions. We farmers are really resilient. There are things we cannot influence, like the weather, but what we do mind are the conditions set by our own politicians. Thank you for attention.
Dobrý den, dámy a pánové.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Děkuji za pozvání na
Thank you very much for inviting me to this highly needed event. My task is to speak about the social science perspective on the themes that we are discussing, and that is agriculture at large. So the title of my presentation is Social Science Issues related to agriculture and rural areas in the Czech Republic in the context of the EU. We've already touched upon the role of agriculture. I must say that I traveled a lot after the Velvet Revolution. I always chose a destination and I aimed to get to know the systems of agriculture in many parts of the world. And wherever I went, be it the US, Canada, Israel, I've even been to China and other places, always who farmed was esteemed. I can put it in general like that. However, we were at that time experiencing something completely different. It was already mentioned by the previous speaker, and I shall not repeat that. I'm afraid that I can't see the slides. Can I have the slides, please? The speaker is asking. So now it's working again, but let me now take a look at the role of farming in society, how farming is seen by politicians. We've already touched upon that previously. So let me continue further. I would like to say that the major work that my generation appreciated was Bart van Richter, bestseller, we can say. He described what would happen to the world after the onset of science and technology. And let me say that it wasn't just about the single farming cooperatives, but other entities as well. So, for instance, large enterprises such as big farms, etc., and we had very large enterprises. They were highly competitive, and I believe that we were able to compete with all the advanced countries worldwide in the past. Now, let me share a couple of figures with you. So this is a historical comparison of farming production in prices of the year 1989. I won't analyze it further. You can take a look at the figures if you're interested. You can download the presentations and study that in greater detail. So let me just comment very briefly that this is a historical comparison. And, well, it's clear that who wants to know the past, or rather who wants to know the future, must know the past first. So here you have a comparison between the years 1936, 1989, that was the turnaround year of the Velvet Revolution, then 2021. If you take a look at the production prices at the level of 1989, in 2021, we did not even reach the level of the year 1936. That's one conclusion to draw. And what's even worse is that we decline in animal production. When I graduated from the Mendel University, we saw plant production as raw material for animal production, and animal production was prevalent in terms of the performance and gross production. However, now it's exactly opposite. So if you compare the situation to the year 1936, it is significantly lower given current technology, current mode of farming, and I believe that the years post 1989 are to blame. So this is the root cause of our low self-sufficiency. Let me, however, move on. So here, let's take a look at the scope of plant protection. It's practically not changing. However, jobs in agriculture are on the decline, being replaced by technology. There is new knowledge in genetics, fertilizers, plant protection, storage, and transportation. But if we look at animal protection, it is lower for sure, but the fundamental figure is the production of meat animals. So that's data for the processing industry. In 1936, we had 568,000 tons of live weight to be processed. In 2021, it's somewhat higher, so it's 725,000 tons of live weight. But if we would compare it to the revolutionary year of 1989, when privatization was taking place, when we were returning to private farming, you can see a peak there where we had roughly 1.5 million tons of live weight, that is animals, per year that could be processed. Was really the decisive figure. However, last year, in 2021, it was under 750,000 tons. So this is the big issue faced by Czech agriculture. At the turn of the 20th and 21st century, the agricultural sector has lost its prestige. There were targeted attacks by the political representatives, governing political representatives. Very many politicians tend to be pragocentric. They only want to go for the rape, that is colza production, and do not want to go for meat production. So this decline in animal production, this is quite clear, and we only have plant production maintained. However, fruit tree production, potatoes, and other are on the decline. So all these processes have an impact on the generational depopulation of the rural areas. The fact that the young generation is moving into cities leads to depopulation. At a time of the energy crisis, it may be that rural areas will become much sought after destination because there are lower costs of living. I just want to say that there are some enclaves of new housing in rural areas. So this is areas where people have moved in from cities. So this is the young generation and middle-aged people, and not the original population. However, the way of living, the different way of living between urban and rural areas is being blurred. I may say that I know rural areas very well, even though I have my permanent residence in Prague. I live in a village. I speak to people. I go to the local pub. I like to talk to people about many things. I dare say that the government should do one thing, even political deputies, that we should have a social science survey that would describe the Czech and Moravian rural areas and make the results available for both local government and state administration. We can see certain divisions between rural and urban areas. I read works by Professor Blaha Hayek. I studied all those social science works, and these gentlemen believe that rural areas, that's the base of each state. Basically, what I mean is that rural areas, even if you just shook hands and promised something, that was the same as if a written contract was concluded. So people are honest, diligent, etc. I'm not saying that this is non-existent in cities. However, yeah, it would indeed be worth a while that the processes be mapped duly. If we now move to political representation and agriculture, many things have already been pointed out here. I dare say that the current political representation does not acknowledge agriculture sufficiently. So agriculture is not seen as an important partner, and the current Minister of Agriculture, I must say that I have known all the ministers of agriculture in person. I dare say that the current minister works against the interests of Czech agriculture, and what's more, he does not want to have any discussions with those who represent agriculture, who represent the production, that is, legal entities and individuals, so he has no dialogue with these whatsoever. And I believe that it has got so far that if we negotiate, everything should be solved, but this is no longer a solution. The government the current government only understands power, but this is not coming, and I believe that given this development, social explosion is inevitable, and this is wrong. Let me now say a few words regarding comparison with EU member states who have social science of the farming policy in the context of the EU. We have very good companies and highly advanced agriculture, but if we benchmark ourselves against the old EU member states, the EU 15, we are lagging behind. For the system to work well, several prerequisites have to be met. I have defined 4 prerequisites. First would be a fair division or location of production among the EU member states. Second, optimum use of the natural conditions of the country, that is sustainable development. Third, rational approach to politicians to the sector of agriculture with a priority of expert communication. And fourth, functioning of the market with soil with a priority to stabilize the agricultural soil fund. I dare say that none of these prerequisites have been met. So this indeed is the reason why production is on the decline, and why we are replacing our own production with an increase in imports. So now, if we compare the production of the main commodities, again, you know, you can read the figures. A lot has already been said here, so I won't read it out all. Let me just highlight the conclusion, and that is that the state policy is directing agriculture production to a decline after our country exceeded the EU. This pressure has become even stronger. We farmers, I must highlight this, were in favor of exceeding. So at the time, there were practically no subsidies whatsoever. So we saw the subsidies there. And I dare say that a great majority of farmers voted in favor of the Czech Republic's accession to the EU. And well, they are telling us now, well, you wanted it, so now you have it. However, the promises have not been fulfilled, so the subsidy conditions are not fair. I won't go deeper because that would take too long. I must say that I used to work for large pig farms. I know quite a lot about pigs, and I dare say that if we look at pork production, that's the second line, and if we actually benchmark ourselves with Germany, that would be the second column, and the Netherlands, that is the third column. I have no suitable words that I could use. If I wasn't broadcasting from a studio, perhaps I would find some words, but 63 tons per 100 hectares. Our country, where pork has always been the basis of our diet, and then Netherlands with 688, so more than 10 times the amount. Really, this is something that can't be considered random. It's irresponsible, and I dare say, and let me be blunt here, that when we discuss the Green Deal and its philosophy, then when the EU is to be evaluated, and we have this production which we will lower even further, and the same applies to others from the East. If you would perhaps make an average out of the figures, then, you know, the objectives are going to work out. It has no other logic than that. And our political representatives are going to that. When I saw the welcome of the EC President by our Prime Minister bowing down, it reminded me of the former regime and how Brezhnev used to be welcome, etc. I do apologize for making this digression, but I really would like to reiterate once again that we are moving to a social explosion. Then a second aspect, for the system to work, we have to use the natural conditions in an optimum manner. We are in a placed geographically where agriculture has always been doing well. There have always been good conditions for producing enough foodstuffs, and I really see no reason why there should be any changes. And naturally, politicians play a role. I'm referring in my slide to Antonín Švehla, the most significant interwar politician, prime minister of three governments, and well, the year 1936 that I had in my comparison, I also drew on Zdeněk Jandejsek, but you know, I'm always using sources that you can find out online freely. So Antonín Švehla, he had a farm himself, and he was prime minister of three governments. He actually established the farming cooperative system. He was a gentleman who led the first fight against the monopolies of the sugar making industry. I once was in Minneapolis, and I went to a mass there, and the priest said, well, we have dear guests here from the Czech Republic. This is the country from which we have drawn inspiration for the cooperative system, and I must say that I was really proud back then. But anyway, let's move on to third aspect, that is rational approach of politicians to the agriculture sector, prioritizing expert cooperation. Again, I won't go into detail on this one, but there is no rational communication led between political representatives and farmers. The government is not capable of doing that. If you would delve a bit deeper, the Prime Minister thinks that he is a world-renowned politician, and he probably thinks that this would not suit him well, and that this is secondary or marginal. So really what needs to be done to address this issue would be to make the system of subsidies fair, to move the subsidies to small entities. I'm not against that, but there has to be justice ensured at the same time. It can't be that those who contribute 95% of food products see significant shortages, and everything goes to those who are not capable of using all. Well, hats off to small farms, but we really see that you know, everything is distorted, and the schemes need to be made just. And let me skip this slide and move to the fourth prerequisite that has to be met, and that is functioning of the soil land market with a priority to stabilize the agricultural land fund. Our forefathers actually revered land, and I saw the private farming prior to 1956. I have good historical memory. I witnessed collectivization. My dad was present at many meetings that were taking place back then, and in our house we could see an agitation group that came and explained to us how collective farming would be beneficial. then they basically said, sign this and we're coming tomorrow. So yes, we had to sign. Investments occurred, so the first stables that were built, that is pig farms, co-farms, then livestock. Our livestock originally was taken there. My mom cried. However, by the end of the 90s, these large entities were modern. But back to soil. If we manage land in a way where decisions are taken not by those who farm the land, but by developers and politicians, then I really don't know on what are we going to produce food. Because what has happened is that agricultural land has decreased by 17.4% since 1990. We used to have 4,228,000 hectares of agricultural land. In 2020, we have 3,493,000 hectares of agricultural land. So this is very wrong. Plus, there is one other issue, and that is that the agricultural land market is distorted. The price of land depends on its ability to produce, whereas subsidies go to the non-production function. So subsidies are provided based on other measures than the production function of land, and that's why the agricultural land market is so deformed. Well, in order for farmers to meet EU objectives, the price of their land is being reduced in the eyes of the real estate brokers. So either we go back to the production or the valuation of land systems change, and its production function should be rightly valued. The system that we have is in favor of various speculators. If you have land, you get all sorts of offers. There are these St. Wenceslas farmers, as we can refer to them, and so on and so forth. But anyway, let me draw a conclusion here. The agriculture policy of the Czech Republic and the whole EU with regard to the current common agriculture policy will in the near future mean a significant decline in production and further increase in the price of food. We will be facing bankruptcies of company, increase in unemployment and lower purchasing power of the population. The Czech Republic won't have its food security, and it may be in the broadest sense of the word, meaning that it may happen very easily, that there will be periods and foodstuffs which we won't be able to import in time, and if so, then at a significantly higher price. About a month ago, I went to the Krušné hory area where the Czech Chamber of Commerce cooperates with the German. I was invited there. I had the possibility to have discussions there, and I could see the programs being prepared for German farmers. So that is how to pursue the strategic plan for the years 2023 to 27. And the advice that they are given is that they move to environmentally friendly program as much as possible. And I told them, okay, fair enough, but that would mean a decline in agriculture production. And they responded, oh, yes, we know, but we are a rich country and we can buy that food. Germany, so far, has been not only self-sufficient, but it produces more than it consumes. I have encountered that in China. So in China, whoever wanted to be involved in farming said that they had to cooperate with companies, and then when I asked them where are they going to buy food from, they mentioned countries like Canada, Africa, or wherever. So what is happening in the EU is an opportunity for US farmers and their organizations, which are very much powerful. It is no excuse then, whilst implementing the common agriculture policy reform, when we are bringing Green Deal into life, it is no excuse that all is done based on purely political decisions. All methods such as Greta are used for that purpose. This young girl that got a standing ovation at the European Parliament. What can that girl know about farming? She's only an instrument, so it is no excuse that the European Commission that runs the EU has no impact studies, and whereas our competitors such as the US actually have various impact studies with various alternatives like harsh, moderate, and mild. So what is expected that the price of foodstuffs is going to rise, in Europe self-sufficiency is going to decline, and that's an opportunity for them. Ladies and gentlemen, I have one more impact study that I wanted to share with you. May I present it here or not? Is it possible to present? Okay, so in conclusion, I would like to say that I obtained from one company, Havlíčková Borová, just a company, two maps. The first map is something that presents very few red areas. So this is the current situation. Havlíčková Borová, they are potato producers, really excellent potato producers. So this practically shows the areas at risk of erosion. This is where corn and potatoes can't be grown, and corn is very important because this is used by biogas stations. But now let me show this second map that was prepared by the Ministry of the Environment. So this shows a lot of red color, as we can see. Yes, it's good that you can see the slide. So if this comes in place, then in the Czech Republic, yet another blow will be dealt to agriculture protection, because 65% of areas in the Czech Republic will be red like this, and corn and potatoes won't be able to be grown there. So this and other plants are of the kind. So I am afraid that our politicians are acting against us. I just wanted to present to you the situation in the Czech Republic and, for instance, comparison with the Netherlands. In the Netherlands, there are huge protests there. For instance, the Prime Minister even was hit by liquid manure just because they wanted to reduce meat production very slightly, but they have 10 times more pork, as I showed, than us. And whether we are speaking about individuals farming or small cooperatives or large companies, naturally everybody should know how you should farm correctly. And unfortunately, in the Ministry of the Environment, they have a different perspective. They only look through the lens of their PC screens. They don't have any practical knowledge. I dare say that the situation needs to be addressed. I am convinced that we should strive to act against it. However, with our government, with our minister, you can't agree on anything because they just don't talk to you. I don't want to say that the previous governments were wonderful and all that. No, agriculture has been overlooked, wasn't taken seriously, unfortunately, by any government. But the situation that we're having now, the political deputies and all that, this is really terrible, I must say. I'm speaking more than I should have, I've been told. Do I have time or I must finish? I apologize for being over time. I'm not used to online conferences. I would often speak on TV or on radio. You should have stopped me. I thought I have some time. But anyway, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention. Thank you and enjoy the rest of the conference. And may I wish every success to Czech agriculture. I hope that we'll manage everything, even though I have some doubts about that. Thank you.
téměř všemi příspěvky mých předřečníků. Ohledně potravinové soběstačnosti panuje celá řada mýtů a já bych dnes přímo použila to oblíbené slovo dezinformací. To znamená
myths, and I would like to use the word disinformation.
Ta potravinová soběstačnost je. Ta klasická definice říká, že
the classic
to znamená, že země může uspokojit
is that a country can meet its food needs from domestic production.
Tady na tom slajdu, který předpokládám vidíte, předložila i takový ten základní
here on the slide, there is also the formula used by FAO, and the self-sufficiency can be expressed as a general figure for one country, or it can be determined per individual types of crops or products. Nevertheless, this is the Food and Agricultural Organization's approach, where you can see that food self-sufficiency is not an extreme situation. It may be 100, 110 or 0. In fact, it is a certain continuum within which we are moving and which is related to developing and maintaining domestic capacities. So the extent to which self-sufficiency is achieved for some products or commodities. And also it is about the barriers, because there are certain microeconomic conditions and links. So these are some of the misleading pieces of misleading information which is quite often spread. One of those is that food self-sufficiency cannot work in harmony with international trade, but of course that's not true. So food self-sufficiency is not autarky. So we cannot rely on domestic production only without any trading activity. But of course, it is related to the development of domestic capacities. The concept is not as black and white as it is often presented. So we will see certain statements, inappropriate statements by which this topic is being made ridiculous. I would also like to stress food food security. This is related to the fact that we can obtain a sufficient amount of food via some stable relationships in trade. And this is also linked to the global environment, especially in terms of how the harvest is evaluated within a certain year and certain area. Those who are against self-sufficiency are presenting an outdated historic concept, and they often use the argument of a free market, which is questionable in relation to agriculture, because agriculture receives high subsidies. So indeed, there are obstacles to free market in agriculture, because the free market in agriculture is deformed by this support. In fact, agriculture should be a strategic sector, even though in some countries, including the Czech Republic, it is not. Now, in the long term, how food self-sufficiency is defined in time. In crisis periods, food self-sufficiency is a topic reflected in political debate. It turns into a priority, into an important topic, but when neoliberal policy prevails, food self-sufficiency is considered to be outdated, a thing which is not modern, and neoliberalism says that we do not need to be self-sufficient because we can import food, and sometimes for prices even lower than if produced here. So what is important or what was important in the past was the Doha know-how negotiations, which was within the frame of the neoliberal policy and rejecting domestic policies, using the argument that everybody should give priority to where the country has some advantages, some benefits, and they should import the rest. So, this is also a matter of what the term comparative benefit of comparative advantage means. Then the food crisis in 2007-2008 changed the thinking because it emphasized certain problems, certain issues related to biofuels as well. There were countries, big countries, that put emphasis on food self-sufficiency. And currently, we can see growing interest in food self-sufficiency and food security as well, mainly in relation to the pandemics, because the pandemics distorted or broke the long-term chains. So not only the production of chips was affected, but also the food chains on the global level were affected. And also we could see a significant increase in transportation prices, which then were reflected also in food prices, and that led to a higher interest in food self-sufficiency. Also due to the war in Ukraine, because we know that Ukraine was an important, a major exporter of food and agricultural products. So why self-sufficiency is important? What are the arguments in favor? We are mainly talking about countries which have good conditions for achieving full food self-sufficiency, especially in crops or animals that are typical there. Of course, we do not want the Czech Republic to grow avocado, for example, and also self-sufficiency is not achievable in desert countries like Saudi Arabia, etc. So it is hard to say whether it is a problem of efficiency, but as we have seen, self-sufficiency can be at risk because of the problems like the pandemics or war and related socio-economic consequences. Also, price volatilities can affect it, and also the prices of gas and oil are reflected in food and agricultural product prices, and also inputs like fertilizers. What is important now is the food system resiliency, because at the moment we can say that the current crisis is not the last one, and the issue of resilience will be the topic prevailing in the 21st century, and the same applies to the whole food system. So it means the topic of covering one's own need regardless of the external circumstances. Political context of self-sufficiency. It is a topic I have been dealing with recently quite often. Economists say that food self-sufficiency is a nonsense. Often, when this topic is being discussed, the opponents use extreme statements. They take up extreme positions. So we do not talk about capacities, about how to assist self-sufficiency. They try to set the topic aside completely. They want this topic to be considered as something which is completely out of context. But as regards these opponents, we can see that they are supported by foreign interests, especially the interests of foreign retail chains. Self-sufficiency would increase the security of all the food system, and it would contribute to the resilience of the Czech economy as a whole. Lastly, what I consider key, I must say that I am a macroeconomist, not a farmer, but because of that, I can see clearly that agriculture and its development here in our country are similar to the general development of the Czech economy. So it means the disintegration, the separation of production and processing, where foreign entities gained stronger position. We can see that commodities are exported, like milk, processed food is being imported, like cheese. So in agriculture, the trends are similar to the overall Czech economy. So it is a question of whether the opponents are not part of the neoliberal thinking similar to other countries where other parties' interests are being supported. So the logic is similar. In my opinion, self-sufficiency is responsibility to one's own country. It is not a matter of the pandemic period only, but the dependency is a problem in a situation where there are problems with the harvest or so, because this can lead to global problem. Dependence on transport or on imports also mean a burden, environmental burden in terms of transportation. People often talk about environmental factors, but at the same time, they support agreements with countries like Brazil, for example, and here the environmental footprint is enormous. Health factors have also been mentioned, and I would like to mention two additional topics. Production of food and their consumption on site is a key factor of local economy. So in the Czech Republic, we need to improve this. We need to weaken the influence of foreign entities, and we need to increase the position or to improve the position of the local ones. So the basics of the local economy is often is often constituted by food, and self-sufficiency is also a matter of responsibility to our own country, our land, our people. We have mentioned the chains here, so I would like to mention the research of the Center for the Research of Public Opinion, and I have selected two topics. One, what are people's decisions based on mainly? It's the price. It's always the price, and the significance of price is even growing, and it is given priority over the composition of food or the origin of food. And at the same time, the Czech Republic, if compared to Europe, has a huge amount of hypermarkets and supermarkets, and mostly they are foreign entities owned, and they do not have to reflect the situation, the domestic capacities and production in the Czech Republic and the Czech Republic's priorities. As regards farmers' markets, for example, which are so popular now as well, you can see that their importance is very small compared to the normal standard day-to-day behavior of shoppers. So we must take into account all that. We have also mentioned the law on major market power or significant major power. And I believe that the practice of the retail chains should be reviewed by the tax authorities in the Czech Republic, even though they are not doing so. And the last concept I would like to mention, self-sufficiency means having sufficient capacity to meet the food demand, food consumption in one's own country. But then it's also food sovereignty. So it means you should be able to control or influence how food is processed and how it reaches the end consumer. And the chains practice and the dominance of the foreign chains has a negative impact on the farmers who are at the very end of the chain. So if we are talking about self-sufficiency, we should add food sovereignty to it and perceive this as one notion, one concept. Also, the role of cooperative is important. The cooperative's image has deteriorated because of the historical aspects, but they should play a more significant role in production and also in supplies and sales. And last but not least, we should mention the current agricultural policy, which gives priority to small farms that simply cannot contribute really to the goal of self-sufficiency. They can produce local specialties, but they cannot produce sufficient supplies for the whole population. And the current policy actually creates barriers and creates conflicts among farmers themselves. Even the law on significant market power has tools to eliminate unfair practices against farmers. So that's all from my side. Thank you very much for attention. So now there is a space for questions from the audience. So let's have a look what our audience is most interested in. And of course, we will try to provide responses. This is a question for everybody, directed to everybody. Please list all the basic goals of the agricultural policy of the EU. Thank you.
Já si myslím, že toto není prostě, toto asi není úplně vhodná otázka.
I don't think this is an appropriate question because it would take long to explain all that, and I don't think we should list all of the goals. There are many of them, so we need to take into account the goals that are officially declared and those that are real, which are in many cases very different. So let's move to the next question. Why decisions on agriculture are made by people who don't know anything about it? Why everybody is decided from a table in Prague? I would like to say that it's done in this way because it's easy, simply because those people can afford to do so, and because the bodies that should be involved do not have enough power to achieve their goals. It is an answer which perhaps will not satisfy you, but it really explains the situation. Well, I will be brief. I agree with what Mr. David has said, and I also think it is because the agriculture does not defend itself. A question to Mr. Behensky. Do you think that the current crisis has helped? It has helped, but nobody has said whether sufficiently or not. This is about fertilizers. The use of fertilizers has declined by 20%, but we don't know whether it is for the benefit or on the account of production. Nobody knows whether we just have not had a good year, good season, good conditions, and whether this may have a long-term influence. The crisis may contribute to or may help farmers to think about whether we are not wasting too much. So it will be good to think about that, but the studies say that without the nutrients, without fertilizing, we will have not sufficient harvest. So we need to apply fertilizers in a reasonable manner. We must apply advanced modern fertilizers, so the crisis can lead to a reduction in the use of fertilizers, even though currently I am not able to specify whether the crisis has really contributed to it.
I would also like to ask farming experts to deliver their remarks. We have heard a few words about fertilizers from the perspective of the chemical industry, but farmers certainly are not using fertilizers without regard to prices. Let me comment. It's crucial to see how many fertilizers are used. So the E15 use in the pure nutrients around 450 kilos, the Czech Republic 120 kilos. And if you reduce it by further 20 or 30% in the Czech Republic, then it will have a huge impact. However, the countries that use industrial fertilizers manyfold more now reduction by 20 or 30% won't do much. So what will it cause? Again, imbalance in the EU and like colonizers vis-a-vis the colonies. It's always the same. So much from my side. I do not want to constantly speak, but the same applies to chemistry. The Czech Republic per hectare uses around 2 kilos of the active substance, and we are to reduce that by 50%, well, the whole EU by 2030, if I'm not mistaken, and neighboring Austria, seen as environmentally friendly, beautiful land, nice farming, has more. And Austria, if I'm not mistaken, has around 3 kilos, Belgium against 8 kilos of the active substance per hectare. So again, we are completely environmentally friendly given their measures. So, you know, it's about that person as well. And if I may have one more remark, when we look at deliberations in the European Parliament, it's not such a long time ago, and I've been in the EP only for 3 years, so I can compare long-term trends. It's not a long time since there was negative narrative about fertilizer, the farmland fertilizers, and now the question arises whether a higher percentage of the farmyard fertilizers compared to industrial fertilizers should be used, but now the narrative revolves around new ways of production of fertilizers, but then there is this extremely high price, so it's really not going to be acceptable. Another question, please. What would we have to do in order to be self-sufficient in terms of food production? Yet again, should we leave the EU? For that sake, perhaps anyone can take that question. So who would like to answer? This is simple. Agriculture has to be managed by experts. If we have experts as leaders, then subsidies will go where they need. And if, for instance, there is an there is this fair distribution, then subsidies will be used for further development of production. And I am convinced that if the subsidies are targeted for the sake of the food industry and agriculture and citizens of the Czech Republic, and should be directed where they should go, and associate professor here can easily define that, we can increase our self-sufficiency from the current 35 to 70 or 75 in 10 years' time, quite easily. Let me mention one other small issue, and that is that for the sake of the measures and mentioned or rather for that sake, the policy of the EU is a problem. So what we agree on at home, what we like to achieve at home, that's all nice. But if we are forced to abide by directives of the EU, unfortunately, we won't be able to proceed in that manner. Let me add to that the necessity to have customers. The impact of chains is huge. We have this extreme density, as mentioned, which influences the purchasing behavior of Czechs, as we could see also in the surveys. The cooperation between farmers is an important factor, be it in for instance, like sales cooperatives, etc., and be it also checking of the chain practices vis-a-vis farmers. Any farmer present here could naturally speak for long about his or her experience with chains and the conditions that Czech farmers are exposed to. Other questions, if any, please? Good morning. How come that in Billa, tomatoes from the Czech Republic are 3 times more expensive than tomatoes from Spain? We'd like to buy our tomatoes, but where should we get the money to be able to afford that? That's a beautiful question. Well, the tax administration should visit that supermarket and take a look at the invoices, check the invoices, so the price which they sold and the price for which they were procured. So, indeed, sometimes there are lower margins applied, sometimes higher margins if, for instance, you don't want to buy from someone and sell their products. But unfortunately, our authorities, they don't look at that. So in retail, unfortunately, these practices are not checked at all. Would anybody like to add anything to that answer? Well, let me mention the price of various subsidies. So in Spain, for instance, there are some major pig farms, large pig farms concentrated, and their negotiation power is completely different from Czech entities. We have to be blunt and make it clear that the market is deformed in very many ways, and we have to see to it that that the government responds to it. Well, as pork has been mentioned, pig farms in Spain, then I should add to it that part of the Spanish production has been determined for the Chinese market, where the African swine fever thought to be a long-term factor, but China has managed very quickly, and now these surpluses go to countries that can't defend themselves against that is Eastern European countries, including the Czech Republic. Spain was not self-sufficient in pork 20 years ago. It invested huge funds, concentrated production. I don't know the latest figures, but in 2020, Spain's self-sufficiency was 340%. So they were producing 3.4 times more pork than what they can use. So they actually agreed on dumping prices, and they driving out other pig farmers. And Zdeněk could speak about it for long. Our pig farming parameters are comparable. Well, the Danes are excellent pig farmers, but our parameters are completely comparable to them. Well, Spain wasn't well developed in pig farming, but you can see what the capital can do to that situation. One other small remark: if you see companies and if you in European countries, if they make loss, well, then in the large countries in the EU, there is compensation for that, but small countries don't have that negotiation power. So, you know, we pay for that compensation from money. Any other questions? Mr. Miller, what do you see as the biggest shortages of the common agricultural policy, and what should change so that it would start to function in our favor? If I may have a simple answer to that, well, common sense is lacking in the European Commission and in the Czech Republic too. If you look at the past, we are more papal than the Pope, as saying goes. In Poland, in Hungary, during the previous regime, small businesses were retained, small farmers, and we, to be likable to somebody from the East, we cancelled all that. And I wonder whether now we want to be liked by whoever. Well, we perhaps want to prove to ourselves that they are better than the others, and to demonstrate this on the example of restricting the growing of, say, one plant product, 30 hectares under the previous government. So 30 hectares was set as the limit, but the new government has come up with 10 hectares. When we send that to consultation to Brussels, do you know the answer that we got from Brussels civil servants? How come that you're so unambitious? You should have set the target of 5 hectares. So really common sense no longer is a factor. I don't know what to think about it. Slovakia has set the target of 50 hectares in eco-payments, and we are setting the target of 10 against erosion, that is. And we have 56% of the areas where we can't grow crops like potatoes and corn and other similar crops. According to the new proposal, it would be 80% in the area where I farm. So really no positive impact on erosion. Erosion will rather be increased. It will be more negative on the climate because soil will be more compacted, fuels will be used more greatly, but that's how it works, unfortunately, and common sense is vanishing. And a small remark. We need to realize that the EU, the EC, the EP actually operate in a totalitarian regime, even though we're perhaps not used to that system of mentality. Miroslav Plzák, psychiatrist, one of my former teachers, once said that if you in this system say that Stalin's statue should be 60 meters tall, somebody would propose that it should be 70 or 100 and nobody would say 40 because it would be devastating for that person. That's the mentality of the EU, unfortunately. And now can we have the last question, please? Is it possible to negotiate the same conditions for our farmers that European farmers have? Well, who would like to take it? I believe that it is possible, but somebody would actually need to want that. So we may wonder how come that in Denmark they have different rules, in the Netherlands other rules. If we want to retain pork in the Czech Republic, the conditions have to be same for everyone. So if there is to be a common market that's equitable, the conditions have to be the same for everyone. In Spain, they have climate advantages, well, with tomatoes, etc. But with pork, the energy intensity is lower. We are, through the policy that's not equitable and not equal conditions for everyone, we are becoming incompetitive. So 100% equality cannot be reached, but let's try to be close to equitable conditions at least. That has reminded me of one thing. Well, I once wondered how come that an incapable lady can still be a director of one hospital, and I got the answer, well, she is liked by the decision makers because she has never bothered anyone and she'll never bother anyone. So that's the mentality of protectorate civil servants that leads to such results. But even if we wanted to achieve any result, our negotiation position is really different, you know, small countries and big countries. Let me add to that when there is Minister Toman, the previous government actually prepared and negotiated with NGOs, political parties in the Czech Republic and with the EU. We prepared the strategic plan until 2027, and with the onset of the new government, they basically threw it to the bin, quickly prepared a new strategic plan, which is a disaster, and the EC actually approved this caricature last week. Well, why not? Because it's in its favor. So yes, there would have to be a will, and politicians would primarily have to have that will. Well, yes, let's be contentious. But now let me thank all the speakers for their contributions. With that, let me close the morning part. And now we'll have videos that have been pre-recorded by our colleagues from abroad.
Voglio riflettere con voi su questa assurdità del Nutri-Score. Questo Nutri-Score, questa etichetta semaforo è qualcosa che ormai in questi palazzi si parla da anni, e dopo anni di battaglie dove la Lega, dove l'ID ha provato in tutti i modi a far capire alla Commissione europea che l'etichettatura semaforo è un'etichettatura falsa, è un'etichettatura che non dà trasparenza, è un'etichettatura che non dà le informazioni al consumatore che servono. Il consumatore oggi non ha bisogno di un semaforo per capire o per condizionare cosa mangiare, ha bisogno di conoscere i contenuti del prodotto, ha bisogno di conoscere dove la materia prima nasce, il bird della materia prima, dove nasce la materia prima e dove quella materia prima viene lavorata, perché solo sapendo da dove arriva la materia prima di quel prodotto si può conoscere la genuinità o meno di quel prodotto. E allora oggi la Commissione decide di stoppare il Nutri-Score, in questi giorni ha deciso di stoppare perché a gran voce gli è stato detto di fermarsi su questo provvedimento. Non bisogna abbassare la guardia, perché sono certo che nel momento in cui non ce lo aspetteremo la procedura del Nutri-Score andrà purtroppo a buon fine, e questo sarà la fine per molte produzioni di qualità, sarà la fine per la dieta mediterranea, sarà la fine per i prodotti di vera qualità, il nostro olio, il nostro riso, il nostro grano, le nostre farine, il nostro vino, i nostri formaggi, cioè i tanti prodotti di grande qualità che l'Italia, ma anche altri paesi europei fortunatamente hanno per storia, per cultura, per maestria e per sacrificio. E allora, se vogliamo difendere questa maestria, questi sacrifici del nostro mondo agroalimentare, dobbiamo assolutamente dire no a questo Nutri-Score, dobbiamo così difendere il sistema agroalimentare, il sistema della dieta mediterranea, l'opportunità di mangiare sano e genuino e anche l'occupazione delle nostre filiere agroalimentari. Quindi il tema occupazionale di questo sistema andrebbe in ginocchio, perché l'etichettatura semaforo avvantaggerebbe solo ed esclusivamente i prodotti di non qualità, avvantaggerebbe solo tutto quello che è sintetico, avvantaggerebbe per assurdo quello che sta anche nella programmazione agricola europea, la valorizzazione degli insetti. Ecco, a pensare che oggi nella programmazione agricola europea troviamo 3 miliardi di risorse dei contribuenti europei destinate alla valorizzazione degli insetti nella nostra alimentazione, ritengo che sia follia. Quindi continuiamo a dare battaglia per dire no a questo Nutri-Score, no a questa etichettatura a semaforo, e facciamo battaglia affinché l'etichettatura possa dare la prima informazione importante al consumatore, dove nasce la materia prima, e poi dare quelle informazioni utili per conoscere i contenuti di quel prodotto. Penso che se non siamo riusciti in questi anni di lavoro con la Commissione, riusciremo sicuramente con il coinvolgimento del Parlamento europeo, dei governi europei, e oggi abbiamo un vantaggio in più, una speranza in più, che è il governo italiano, ma riusciremo anche con la voce del nostro sistema agroalimentare e dei nostri consumatori che vogliono informazioni vere, di qualità, e non essere presi in giro con quelle informazioni che interessano solo alle multinazionali, che con quel modo di comunicare vogliono condizionare la nostra alimentazione. Un'alimentazione che ha una storia, che ha una cultura, che ha una maestria, che ha una qualità e soprattutto che ha la salute. Quindi è un tema che non dobbiamo mollare, continuiamo a combattere a Bruxelles e a Strasburgo su questo tema, ma ringrazio tutti voi che ci state vicino.
Mesdames, Messieurs, chers amis, je souhaite vous parler aujourd'hui d'un thème d'actualité, la sécurité alimentaire de l'Union européenne. Depuis plusieurs années, la Commission européenne avait cessé de considérer notre sécurité alimentaire comme une priorité. Ce qui comptait pour elle, c'était de développer le commerce mondial à travers des traités de libre-échange, et pour y parvenir, l'agriculture européenne était considérée comme une variable d'ajustement. C'est ce qu'a reconnu l'ancien commissaire à l'agriculture, l'Irlandais Phil Hogan, quand il a répondu à une de mes questions à la fin de son mandat en 2019. Et quand la commission von der Leyen a pris ses fonctions, sa priorité a été de protéger l'environnement par le pacte vert. C'était dans son esprit une deuxième raison de renoncer à notre sécurité alimentaire. La preuve, c'est que 4 études indépendantes ont démontré que la stratégie de la ferme à la fourchette, qui est la déclinaison agricole du pacte vert, provoquera une diminution de 15% de la production agricole européenne si on l'applique. Mais depuis, 2 événements ont remis notre sécurité alimentaire à l'ordre du jour. La pandémie de Covid-19 en 2020 et la guerre en Ukraine en 2022. Ces 2 événements ont en effet entravé l'importation de produits agricoles et rappelé aux États de l'Union l'importance de pouvoir produire eux-mêmes leur alimentation. C'est dans ce contexte que la Commission Agriculture du Parlement européen vient de débattre le 29 novembre 2022 du rapport Mortler intitulé « Garantir la sécurité alimentaire de l'Union européenne ». C'est un rapport de bon sens qui demande à la Commission de prendre 5 mesures pour garantir notre sécurité alimentaire. 1. Utiliser les cultures pour produire des aliments pour les humains et pour les animaux d'élevage, plutôt que pour approvisionner les centrales de méthanisation. 2. Procéder à une étude d'impact approfondie sur les conséquences du pacte vert et de la stratégie de la ferme à la fourchette sur notre production alimentaire. 3. Explorer les nouvelles techniques génomiques qui seraient susceptibles d'accroître le rendement des cultures et de favoriser leur résistance au changement climatique. 4. Démocratiser l'utilisation des technologies numériques et de l'intelligence artificielle pour rationaliser l'utilisation des pesticides et des engrais. 5. Renoncer aux projets les plus nocifs pour notre sécurité alimentaire, comme par exemple à l'interdiction totale des pesticides dans les zones sensibles, qui mettrait en danger de nombreuses exploitations agricoles si on la mettait en œuvre. Bien sûr, ces 5 propositions sont insuffisantes. Personnellement, je voudrais aussi y ajouter l'obligation d'insérer des clauses miroirs dans les traités de libre-échange qui permettraient d'exiger que les produits agricoles que l'Union importe respectent nos règles sanitaires et ne viennent pas apporter une concurrence déloyale à nos agriculteurs. Mais même insuffisantes, elles ont le mérite d'exister et c'est pourquoi je soutiens le rapport Mortler. L'Union a enfin pris conscience que la sécurité alimentaire est une priorité. Il reste maintenant à transformer ces bonnes intentions en actes et c'est ce pourquoi je vais me battre au Parlement européen.
Buongiorno a tutti gli ospiti, ai colleghi e un particolare ringraziamento all'onorevole Ivan David per l'invito. Oggi vorrei parlarvi della nuova proposta di revisione delle indicazioni geografiche di cui sono relatrice ombra per il gruppo ID. Per capire meglio cosa sono le indicazioni geografiche è essenziale però partire dalla definizione citata nel documento di lavoro del regolamento, che dice: le indicazioni geografiche, IG, identificano i prodotti con qualità, caratteristiche o notorietà derivanti da fattori naturali e umani legati al luogo di cui sono originari. Costituiscono un diritto di proprietà intellettuale che è volto a promuovere la concorrenza leale tra i produttori, prevenire gli usi in malafede di un nome e prevenire le pratiche fraudolente e ingannevoli. Questa definizione è importante perché specifica l'ambito di azione delle indicazioni geografiche e sancisce l'importanza della qualità e dei fattori umani che ne determinano le caratteristiche. Con la revisione del regolamento, come gruppo Lega e in generale come gruppo ID, abbiamo voluto riaffermare la loro importanza e proporre norme che vadano a proteggerle senza lasciare nessuna possibilità di equivoco. E vi spiego perché. Oggi il registro delle indicazioni geografiche dell'Unione Europea contiene quasi 3.500 nomi di vini, bevande spiritose, prodotti agricoli e alimentari e l'Italia è il paese europeo con il maggior numero di prodotti agroalimentari a denominazione di origine e a indicazione geografica riconosciuti dall'Unione Europea, circa il 10% solo l'Italia. Questo dimostra la grande qualità delle produzioni italiane, ma soprattutto il forte legame tra le eccellenze agroalimentari italiane e il territorio di origine. Infatti, come vi dicevo, in Italia si contano oggi 319 prodotti a denominazione di origine protetta, indicazione geografica protetta, specialità tradizionali garantite e ben 526 vini, tra quelli a denominazione di origine controllata e garantita, quelli a denominazione di origine controllata e quelli a indicazione geografica tipica. Potete capire che è un patrimonio di inestimabile valore che dobbiamo assolutamente tutelare. Ma la loro importanza non risiede soltanto nel numero. Secondo uno studio sul valore economico dei regimi di qualità dell'Unione Europea pubblicato dalla Commissione nel febbraio 2021, le indicazioni geografiche da sole rappresentano un valore di vendita di circa 75 miliardi di euro. Lo studio ha rilevato che il valore di vendita di un prodotto con un nome protetto è spesso il doppio di quello di prodotti simili che però non hanno la certificazione. Per questo ho voluto assumere la responsabilità di questa revisione di regolamento, perché sebbene il sistema delle indicazioni geografiche dell'Unione sia già relativamente solido, la valutazione di impatto che accompagna la proposta di revisione ha dimostrato che vi sono margini di miglioramento. Le misure che vogliamo introdurre mirano a consentire ai consumatori di effettuare scelte di acquisto informate e a raggiungere un livello più elevato di protezione, in particolare nel mercato online e internazionale. Purtroppo le indicazioni geografiche italiane in particolare sono molto spesso oggetto di pratiche di contraffazione e di illegalità sul mercato internazionale. La maggior parte dei nostri partner commerciali, in particolare quelli con un sistema legale modellato sul diritto anglosassone, non riconosce le indicazioni geografiche ed è quindi molto difficile proteggere questi prodotti nel contesto delle trattative commerciali o combattere la contraffazione. In Europa esiste una disparità significativa nella distribuzione delle indicazioni geografiche con i paesi del sud Europa che ovviamente sono i principali protagonisti, se non fosse altro per motivazioni climatiche. Va ricordato che questa disparità è rappresentativa anche della capacità e della varietà di produzione, delle abitudini alimentari e agricole e che non dovrebbero in nessun caso tutte queste produzioni essere oggetto di revisione o di tantomeno di una sospettata volontà di riequilibrare, come spesso accade in Europa, il numero delle indicazioni geografiche tra i paesi del nord e del sud Europa. Durante le riunioni della Commissione, inoltre, si è parlato molto ampiamente del ruolo dell'EUIPO, che è l'Ufficio dell'Unione Europea per la proprietà intellettuale. Il testo presentato dalla Commissione Europea propone di attribuire a questo organo un ruolo più importante. Su questo punto però diverse associazioni di produttori hanno manifestato le loro preoccupazioni perché questa organizzazione non possiede altrettante competenze agricole quanto la DG Agri che si trova in seno alla Commissione Europea e si teme che questo approccio faccia parte di una visione politica a lungo termine che miri a spogliare la DG Agri delle sue prerogative. E su questo noi non ci stiamo, ovviamente saremo particolarmente vigili su questa questione e ci opporremo a qualsiasi iniziativa di questo tipo. Crediamo però che ci sia bisogno di avere un approccio costruttivo, non possiamo dire di no a tutto a priori, a prescindere. Abbiamo quindi proposto un emendamento per conferire all'EUIPO il ruolo di, metto le virgolette, assistenza e consulenza in relazione ad accordi di libero scambio tra Unione Europea e Paesi terzi. Questo con l'intenzione di indirizzare le prerogative dell'Agenzia solo verso l'assistenza e la consulenza giuridico-legale a supporto delle azioni promosse a tutela di denominazioni di origine e indicazioni geografiche protette nei paesi terzi, con i quali l'Unione Europea abbia concluso accordi di libero scambio. Inoltre vorremmo accrescere il ruolo di EUIPO nella protezione adeguata delle indicazioni geografiche durante la registrazione dei domini online, ma soprattutto vorremmo creare e sviluppare un sistema di allerta nell'Unione per migliorare la lotta contro la contraffazione online delle indicazioni geografiche, che è uno dei maggiori problemi per il comparto agricolo italiano, che ogni anno genera, solo per l'Italia, perdite per oltre 100 miliardi di euro. Capite che sono 3 finanziarie, è insostenibile la situazione. Questa revisione quindi deve permetterci di chiarire che non si possono ripresentare più nell'Unione casi come la diatriba tra Prosek croato e Prosecco italiano o tra l'aceto balsamico di Modena, per fare degli esempi, e l'aceto balsamico sloveno. Stiamo con questa opportunità cercando di eliminare tutte le falle del sistema che oggi permettono di sfruttare la reputazione delle indicazioni geografiche, soprattutto quelle italiane, tramite norme tecniche nazionali, come nel caso dell'aceto balsamico sloveno, o addirittura tramite menzioni tradizionali, come nel caso del Prosecco croato. Per questo motivo abbiamo inserito e proposto vari emendamenti perché volevamo restringere ogni libertà di azione volta a creare concorrenza sleale per le nostre denominazioni. Ricollegandoci infine al mondo del vino, arriva un appello a tutelare la specificità del settore. Questa riforma può essere l'occasione per colmare alcune lacune che la normativa vigente ha mostrato in termini di tutela delle DOP e delle IGP. Stiamo però attenti, perché stiamo assistendo attualmente ad iniziative sempre più frequenti che mettono in discussione il ruolo del vino e delle altre eccellenze agroalimentari dell'Unione Europea perché vengono poste rispetto ai rischi o alle politiche di salute pubblica, e qui mi riferisco ovviamente al vino in particolare. Da qui in avanti ci aspetta un duro lavoro che condivideremo con i colleghi delle altre delegazioni nazionali per arrivare al miglior risultato possibile. Concludo rinnovando davvero di cuore i miei sentiti ringraziamenti al collega David per il coinvolgimento in questa iniziativa, in questa vostra assemblea, e porgo a tutti gli auguri di trarre dalla vostra assemblea grandi soddisfazioni. Buona giornata.
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let's continue with the afternoon part of our conference. The future of European agriculture. Allow me to extend a warm welcome to our guests. We have Mrs. Nebeská here, Mr. Teply, and let me apologize, Mrs. Dubravská, who will join us a bit later. I would, without any further ado, like to hand over to Mr. Teply, who will speak about the future and threats of the European dairy industry. The floor is yours. Good afternoon. Please excuse me being nervous. I'm not used to speaking to such broad audiences, but I appreciate that you have given me the floor. I've divided my presentation into 4 parts. First, I would like to introduce myself so that you have an idea where I derive my opinions from. Then I would like to move to the second part of my presentation, and that is my impressions of the narratives of the European politics, what I've gathered over the past 15 to 17 years that I've been around in the dairy sector. And then I would like to outline examples of some consequences that we may expect. And at the end, I would like to ask you for 2 things, but let's keep that as a surprise for the end. I won't reveal what it is at this stage. So now, let me introduce myself, if I may. I am from a family that was active in the dairy sector. I was for the first time in a dairy farm some 35 or even 37 years ago, and I experienced the communist regime myself. So there are certain things like authoritarian regimes that I really hate. I had studied at a grammar school with a focus on maths and physics. I indeed put a lot of emphasis on using common sense. Then after my secondary education, I moved to the South Bohemian University to do the Faculty of Agriculture. So I completed my education there. I've been working in the dairy sector since 2003, and I've been active in European dairy sector since 2007. In the position of one of the vice presidents for the past couple of years. What I refer to as the narratives of the European politics. So it is being green, ambitious, having regulations above education, and often there is a short-term and narrow perspective. So these are the typical perspectives. I've got a quotation on this slide, and that is that empires die from within. That is, all great empires die from within, so we need to be aware of that. Then let me discuss the first bullet point, like green. Well, there is too much focus on green. All that is plant-based is healthy, it's environmentally friendly, it is sustainable. So, you know, we may refer to this as the green fanatism, because before, you know, something is said, it has to be evidence-based, there has to be agreement of the general public and so on and so forth. However, this is often not the case. So green fanaticism, I believe, is proper label. Let me give you a couple of examples that will be a bit fun, I guess. So let's compare two products. We've got the traditional Gouda cheese, and then we have the plant Gouda alternative of the Gouda cheese. So, you know, if you would like to take a look at the composition, I don't think I really need to comment. So, you know, I'm using data from our Gouda composition. So it is just very few raw materials that are used. That is milk, salt, the dairy cultures, and beta-carotene. And that's it. Nothing more. And looking at the plant Gouda, it has many more raw materials. So drinking water, E1422, like acetate of the starch adipate, coconut oil, isolate of pea protein, salt, yeast extract, aroma, E330, citric acid, acidity regulator, beta-carotene. So that's the alternative that contains many raw materials, and the protein content is 10 times smaller, so 2.4 grams as compared to the 25 grams. So, this is just to demonstrate what the green narrative means. What the ambitious narrative means is the following. So, it means that we do not verify anything experimentally. There are no feasibility studies, no impact assessments, etc. The idea is that probably the industry can bear it all. We should, however, think about the implications. My great-grandparents used to have a farm, and they never dared to risk unless they were certain that there would be a positive outcome. I have an example from another sector, but quite apt, I would say. The energy-saving bulbs, these compact bulbs, were promoted. However, gradually it was found out that the luminescence decreases by 30–40% per year. The service life is very low. There is mercury, which is very bad. The luminophore is toxic, and they have the UV radiation that may even damage your eyesight, and they represent dangerous waste. So the EU was ambitious. It actually stopped the traditional bulbs and didn't have sufficient alternatives. So luckily LED bulbs came. But anyway, now moving to regulations above education. Freedom only begins once you meet your obligations vis-a-vis others, vis-a-vis the state. And freedom means that you should be responsible for the implications of what you do. And it shouldn't be that the majority would suffer for the silliness of the minority. We should therefore be responsible, self-responsible, we can say. And let me give an example, glittering. So when there is an illegal dumping site, the municipality has it cleared. The producers of the packaging pay for that cleanup. I believe that this damages the decent majority, because if, for instance, Madita packaging was there, we would have to pay for the cleaning up that litter, basically paying for a few lazy people who don't care where they throw away packaging. So this is unjust. I really can't influence things like that, and we can't be blamed and made responsible for that, because, for instance, if Madeta is to pay for the removal of such illegal dumping sites, then I won't be able to pay higher wage to my staff. We'll have to increase the price of our products, and so on and so forth. And the lazy people are punished. This is the Singapore route, as I refer to it. Well, I don't think that it can be just Singapore, but well, if, for instance, the citizen who dumps the waste was punished quite severely, surely that would be put an end to. Now, let me move to yet another narrative of the EU, and that is a short-term and narrow perspective. There is the impact of corporate mentality, that the world exists outside of the EU. We need to be aware of that as well, and the perspective is extremely self-centered and short-term. We are borrowing the earth from our children. Indeed, our decisions that may be beneficial for the EU may harm the world, so we have to have a long-term and global perspective speaking about environmental friendliness. I have one example, like 50 years old in the US in the 60s, in the 70s. They were addressing the issue of rising myocardial infarction rates. They decided and came to the conclusion that butter was to blame, and we still deal with the implications of this decision to go for plant-based. It's rather, well, the excessive sugars that are to blame, not fat, such as essential fatty acids, etc. So I really recommend you to read this article in the Time. Now, let me give a couple of examples of implications of the mentality. So littering I've already touched upon. So this is a clear demonstration of an ambitious decision, super green perhaps, so it's regulation above and beyond education. Because, for instance, if a penalty was to be imposed, it would be much more efficient. We have that evidence base, for instance, from Singapore. And now let's move on to yet another example, Nutri-Score. This is something that I'm really concerned about. So we have a narrative in place, like it would be best if we would tell our fellow citizens, your voter, what the best foodstuff is and what is healthy. This is based on the following. So the Nutri-Score is a scale of A to E. Well, that would deserve a separate presentation, but it's over-ambitious, over-superficial, over-simplified. Well, it's based on thinking that, well, you're an average European, you're at the same time a child, a pregnant or breastfeeding lady, you do hard physical labor, you lie on the beach, you can be either in the south or in the very north. So that is the European. So that means that any system based on this idea of your average energy intake is a nonsense, because there is no average European. Ultra processed foodstuffs are not taken into account there. Naturally, not everything that's plant-based is healthy. I shall never, ever give my children this plant imitation of Gouda cheese. It's non-environmentally friendly. It's not healthy at all. Nutritional densities such as probiotics, prebiotics, vitamins, mineral substances that are not respected, and the carbon footprint of these products that are an alternative is much higher than that of the originals. However, we still want to have that system in place. There are initiatives to maintain that. Instead of educating, we are ordering something. We have the Nutri-Score, etc. However, we should rather teach people to be able to select what's healthy and what not. Then the energy policy of the EU, it would be like kicking a dead body. So I won't go into detail, but there are two things that are very important. So here, as regards critical infrastructure, well, Madeta is in critical infrastructure, but our suppliers are not. So should something come about, we could produce for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, then we run out of packaging and we produce zero. One of the examples to quote here, and single market, but non-harmonized support. That's another factor. Then, as for the price of energy, it's unfair practices because the compensation differs in the EU member states. So it's definitely not fair, not just. Plant imitations I've already discussed. Not everything plant-based is healthy, it's good, and not has a lower carbon footprint. Definitely not true. E-mobility, well, this is outside of the scope of agriculture, but I must say that it increases the costs of producers. We have our sales reps who drive their cars, well, we have the trucks too, but the cars as well. I am happy to share any details if you want regarding e-mobility. Diesel engines are discriminated against, even though the diesel combustion engines have in reality lower carbon footprint. And as regards batteries, the Li-ion battery recycling has not been fully solved to date. If you would look at issues such as hydrogen management access rights, it would be best to propose a solution that would not drive us into catastrophe. And here, mechanical recycling, a topic that would require yet another presentation. We are forced to using recycled material in primary packaging, but some studies have shown that chemical recycling is 6 times less demanding in terms of energy than mechanical, and contamination risk, and even like cardboard has to be tested for heavy metals, for instance, and we want to use recycled materials in direct contact with foodstuffs, so recycling definitely does not remove heavy metals or nuclear substances. Here another bullet point, restricting production small and 25% organic. So fantastic narratives only if they would work in practice. Here, for instance, restricting milk production has led to 2 things. So if European production is replaced from abroad, area production from outside of Europe has 3 times the carbon footprint than in Europe. So we are damaging the environment if we decide to be more environmentally friendly here. So this is not environmentally friendly. We do not have enough evidence base. There are some implications. So, for instance, dairy farms who have a shortage of milk would buy it from the east. where it's cheaper and the transportation of milk long distances has increased, and microplastics is an issue. Well, the tires generate those, and so on and so forth. So can we really implement our ambitious targets, or are we putting our self-sufficiency at risk? That's the questions we need to find an answer to. And then whether we should have 25% organic, well, that's a fantastic target, but organic farms have a lower yield rate. They are demanding in terms of area. So we are pushing to the extreme instead of, for instance, contributing to increasing the environmental friendliness of the 95% of the farms that feed the majority of the population, and we should more focus on animal welfare, etc. But we should not harm the environment with the steps. So I do not want to be nasty, but I know farmers, and the lady who will speak after me is a farmer. We all know what animal production entails. It's 24/7 work. You have to milk a cow and take care of it really day in, day out. Individuals can't do that. It has to be companies where people naturally can take holidays as and when needed, etc. So here we have that factor. Then, as for animal production, Madata was environmentally friendly even 20 or 30 years ago when it wasn't fashionable. But I must say that, well, you have farming land, you fertilize it, you feed the cows, then you take the calves from the cows, you feed them, you kill them, you have meat, and you have a high carbon footprint. No, that's not the reality. When we have plant production, part of those plants are used as feed for animal production, so that's additional protein from something that can be processed by humans. And then the animal waste can be used by the biogas station as an energy source and as fertilizer. There were contributions by my colleagues from the previous section. The truth is that some studies have shown that this combination of plant and animal production is practically, so it's not that animal production would be to blame. Sorry that I've really rushed through some bullet points only, because each of the bullet points would deserve a much longer discussion. And now, if I may have a request, I would like to ask you to please take decisions only based on actual independent, long-term and comprehensive impact and feasibility assessments, because otherwise we can harm the environment, the economy, and relations in the EU beyond all boundaries. So that can have long-term harming effects. And my second plea is, please have enough courage to waive the current erroneous decisions when new information crops up. So don't try to ride a dead horse, so to speak. We need to step away from our positions, so we indeed should do all we can. And now, well, that's it for me, and really thank you very much for your attention. And I just wanted to illustrate that even though we are a big producer, we are not enemies of the world. We employ people who have families, who love their work. We are environmentally environmentally friendly. We are people just like anybody else. With that, let me end my contribution.
Panu inženýrovi za krásně strukturovanou přednášku, včetně toho psání.
So I would like to thank the speaker for a well-structured presentation and for his presentation of ethics in scientific work, even though we know it is not always the case of practice. And now I would like to welcome Mr. Sergio Garuzzo, the Vice Chairman of the Identity and Democracy Group of the European Parliament. He's also an environmental expert, and he's going to talk on product protection, plant protection products.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I cannot see you, but I hope you can hear me. And thanks for inviting me. I've been following as a policy advisor in the European Parliament for several political groups, the Environment Committee. Therefore, that's why I am here to give you a short presentation about the content and the main criticalities represented by one of the let's say flagship initiatives, implementing initiatives of the Green Deal, and notably the Farm to Fork strategy, which is the regulation, the new regulation on sustainable use of plant protection products. So next slide. This is just the title, please. Okay, here we have the core of the regulation, which is the target. The aim is to reduce to half the use of chemical plant protection products, which from now on I will call PPPs, just to be short. The regulation, the targets are national based, so we have national targets, and in detail, there are two different targets. So we have the national 2030 reduction target 1, which is about use and risk, and the target 2, which is about the use of the more hazardous PPPs. All of these must be cut of the 50% by 2030, which is the reference basis for calculating this 50%. Is the average of the 3-year period 2015-2017. Next slide, please. Critical issues. So first one, next, is the reduction targets. So we have the very same target on national basis, which penalizes the more advanced member states in reducing the use of chemical pesticides. And moreover, the weighting criteria are badly designed for two reasons, essentially. The first is that they do not take into account enough the different crops and climate conditions across the EU. And the second is the increasing surface to be cultivated with organic methods leads paradoxically to an increase in use of copper and sulfur-based pesticides. Next one, please. So then we have the national action plans. National action plans through which the member states must implement the reaching of this target. Which is the essential content of these plans? Information relating to the reduction targets for at least 5 active substances which had the greatest impact on the high use of PPPs in the 3 years preceding the adoption of the plan. Detailed information on the expected progress. Information on the estimated annual amount of illegally used PPPs. Mandatory national measures to encourage the use of non-chemical methods by professional users through financial incentives in accordance with state aid legislation. The measures envisaged and taken to support or ensure through binding obligations established by the national law the innovation, development, and use of non-chemical pest control methods. As you can see, is a really burdensome bureaucracy, very much detailed plans, let's say following the business as usual European Commission style, no? But the first and the main question that raises from here is where to take the financial resources to implement these national plans, all this bureaucracy, by instance, from the rural development programs which are already in place, or by the funds of the next common agriculture policy. Then next one. Third aspect, the criticality, is the integrated pest management. Here, I just take you as an example the obligation referred to the crop files. Again, a long list of tasks. At least 9 months before the validation of the files, the member states disseminates the files for a public consultation among the stakeholders. Then the member state submits to the Commission a draft measure taking into account of the comments received during the public consultation. Then the Commission, when notified of this draft, may, within 6 months of the receipt of such a draft, oppose its adoption by the member state if it considers that the draft is not compliant with the regulation. If the Commission raises objections, the member states refrains from adopting the draft until it has amended the text so as to remedy the shortcomings identified in the Commission's objection. And also there is a similar procedure even for a simple update of a crop file. Again, as we can see, is a heavy burdensome bureaucracy and a too rigid scheme for a dynamic system such as agriculture. And paradoxically, again, some of the techniques suggested by the Commission aiming at reducing the use of pesticides, such as direct sowing and conservative working, require a larger quantity of PPPs. Next one, please. Fourth and last main criticality is about the use, storage, and disposal, and in particular, the use in sensitive areas, so-called sensitive areas. As designed, again, the bureaucratic procedure for granting the use of PPPs in the so-called sensitive areas is too much burdensome both for the competent authority and the user. And notably in Natura 2000 sensitive areas hosting crops. And we have many. For example, I come from northern Italy and we have many of such natural areas hosting crops. And also areas set out in Annex 4 of the Water Framework Directive should fall under the sensitive areas, thereby including nitrate vulnerable zones, which cover the larger part of cultivated areas in several member states. Again, I can take the experience of northern Italy in particular, but this is the situation in several member states. Next one, please. So, why the proposal is unfit? Basically, I'll give you 8 reasons why. The first one, please, next. It does not take into account the profound environmental, agronomic, and productive differences of the various European areas. The different needs in terms of pesticides between the extensive crops of Northern Europe and those with high economical and social added value of the Mediterranean area are not considered at all. Second, voila, it does not take into account the absence of usable alternatives in terms of either sustainable molecules or new genomic techniques, the consequent absence of defense against vulnerabilities linked to climate and or phytopathology, would cause drastic drops in production with the consequent aggravation of global food insecurity. I have to say here that with the Green Deal, generally speaking, but with the Farm to Fork strategy more in particular, the EU is planning a, let's say, shortage in food, in our food security, and in a larger extent in the world's food security. They are planning famines across the world. Third reason, please, next one. It does not take into account the very serious effects of eliminating production that in some specific areas would derive from the total prohibition of the use of pesticides in the so-called sensitive areas, as we saw before, including nitrate vulnerable zones already widely monitored and regulated. So here we have also, let's say, a high risk of over-regulation. Then fourth one, please. It does not include any equivalence clause to be applied in trade in agri-food products with third countries. In other words, imports into the European market should be allowed only from countries that adopt equivalent programs for the reduction of pesticides, which this should be a basis of our commercial policy, but we know that it's not always the case. And of course, the higher environmental standards you have, the higher are the costs, and so the less, let's say, competitive are the food you place into the market. Fifth one, please, next. It does not take into account the virtuous paths already taken in terms of sustainability by various countries, by several member states. Growth and diffusion of the organic method, integrated production, and technological progress. So here again is a more about a one-size-fits-all approach, which is really unfit for the agricultural sector. Next one, please. It arbitrarily takes into consideration as a reference a period coinciding for some member states with adverse events of exceptional seriousness, which have led to a greater use, both in terms of quantity and activity, of the substance. I am mentioning, for example, the incidence of the Xylella fastidiosa for the olive oil trees in, let's say, in the Mediterranean Europe, in southern Italy. And, for example, Drosophila suzuki and brown marmorated stink bug. These are main three, let's say, problems that affected hugely our agricultural sector in the last years. And of course, we have no, obliged to use more pesticides, of course, when there is an infection across our crops, and then this is not taken into account at all. Next one, please. It does not include any index related to the actual wholesomeness of the food products and the correct agronomic management of the individual active substances. Example given, the presence of residues in the products and active substances in the environment. Next one. It does not take into account the profoundly different systems for registering the use of pesticides between countries. I take you some examples. Some countries, such as Italy, are also equipped with electronic registers, while in other countries, paper registration is not even mandatory. So there is a wide, huge, let's say, difference of approaches and the situation across the member states, which is not taken into account at all. And then we can conclude that we can make the same consideration with regard to the sales registration obligation. So this is my short presentation about this proposal for regulation, which has, as we can see, several serious problems, several serious issues to be solved. We hope that during the legislative process, the two co-legislators, so Parliament from one side and the Council, so the member states, the governments of the member states on the other side, can look into them and try to improve this proposal, which otherwise would have, we hope also without, let's say, too much ideological approach, which is affecting, generally speaking, all the Green Deal, the issues linked to the Green Deal, and let's see what happens. But now the ball is in the field of the co-legislators, and it's the only way to improve this proposal. Thank you very much.
Děkujeme za kritickou analýzu, kterou přednesl pan Sergio Garuso na velmi důležité téma.
So thank you for this critical analysis concerning the use of plant protective products. Now it is the turn, or Mrs. Nebeska is going to take over, and she's going to speak about vegetables growing in the Czech Republic. Good afternoon. Now it will be difficult to follow up after my pre-speakers, especially Mr. Teplý, because I agree with what he said. Nevertheless, as regards the current situation in vegetables growing in the Czech Republic, I am happy that I can contribute to the discussion as a representative of agriculture, primary agriculture as such, and also vegetable production. It is important that the debates on the future of agriculture speak also on behalf of the real producers. Agriculture is influenced by decisions of politicians and clerks, and so decisions are often made without our participation. So what the situation in vegetables production is, and what the key challenges we have? The issue of vegetables is being mentioned in many government strategic documents, but the situation is difficult. I hope that we will not only be giving statements or plain statements, and I hope that vegetable production will have equal conditions, not only within the European Union, so that vegetable production can be successful. So let me start with some statistics. In 2022, in the Czech Republic, 11,600 hectares of land was sown. There were 35 species of vegetables. We have 62 hectares of modern covered areas, but the Czech Republic is self-sufficient only up to 30%. This shows the decline in the vegetables sown area. it has dropped by 30% because of the decline in processing businesses, sales of vegetables, and different support provided to vegetable producers or growers in different countries of the EU. Therefore, foreign vegetables were imported increasingly. This is the comparison of the areas between 2021-2022. The low prices of vegetables led to the decline. There was a slight increase in vegetables destined for processing, but the future of this is a question of further development. Because of the tornado in Moravia, the maize areas declined, but there is a growing interest in growing pumpkins because this is quite an easy crop. In the recent years, the sown areas increased slightly and the production increased slightly, but still the vegetable production is quite low, whether in terms of the share of vegetables of the aggregate vegetable production. We can see that it accounts for 3%. And also from the viewpoint of vegetable share of the total plant productions or plant production. In the recent 30 years, consumers have been showing interest in healthy products, healthy vegetables, and overall vegetables consumption, which increased up to 97 kilograms per person per capita. But on the other hand, there is a reduced self-sufficiency in vegetables production. In the 60s or 90s, we provided 60 to 70%. Now we can provide only 30%. At the beginning of the 1990s, we were able to cover 90% of cucumber consumption. Now it's 70%. Tomatoes went down to 16%, garlic from 67 to 32%, etc., etc. This is a comparison to the European countries. So have a look at where the Czech Republic is. It is really sad to look at our ranking. And there's nothing else to add. This figure is sufficient. The situation could only become worse. So having such a low self-reliance, what the consequences are? We saw it with COVID and the closure of frontiers. We didn't have some species of vegetables at all. So we had a chance to think about how meaningless it is to transport vegetables all over the planet. The farmers have spoken about it for a long time because transporting vegetables is damaging to the environment, but also it contributes to our dependence on exports. Ensuring self-sufficiency in food should be the priority of our national agricultural policy. And we must admit that the Czech Republic will never be self-sufficient in all the products, whether due to climate or capacities. But consumers have got used to consuming fresh vegetables even during the winter, so our producers cannot cover the demand 100%. But imported vegetables often occurs in the stores also during the periods when we would be able to supply our own products. So to be able to cover the demand in those periods, we would have to increase the sown areas by 6,000 hectares, and then we should be able to provide or to supply 50% of what is needed. Another crisis occurred due to the war in Ukraine because of the security risk. We should be focusing on food security based on sufficient stock of essential types of food, not to put the existence and functioning of the society at risk. So I am happy to hear that the Czech government has included this in its program, and I hope they will not limit themselves to proclamations only. So as regards the year 2022, it is the first post-COVID year, the first year of the conflict in Ukraine, the first year of the global energy crisis, the first year of price increases and impacts on the Czech Republic's food dependence. And it is a zero year as far as the joint or common agricultural policy, including Green Deal, Fork to Fork, and biodiversity agreement is concerned. Like in many other sectors, the vegetables production is being affected by the growing prices of energy, labor, fertilizer, transport, and other inputs. Many greenhouses are in a critical situation because of the energy crisis, and they have to limit or close down their production. What is alarming is that the cost increase cannot be reflected in the sales prices of the farmers. The prices of the farmers have been stable at a very low level since 2020. One reason is the overproduction in neighboring countries and the dumping prices of such production, and the price policy of some dominant retailers. Some growers are considering limiting the sown areas or even terminating vegetables production. These are the price trends of inputs and also prices of vegetables production. The green color shows the costs. At the end, the gray color, you can see the trends in the prices of vegetables. This is the comparison of average annual prices of producers of wheat, vegetables, and also a price of bread, of the so-called roll bread or rohlík in Czech. These are average prices, annual average prices since 2010 to 2022. You can see individual groups, and the red line shows the average price of vegetables, and this is data obtained from the Czech Statistical Office. annual average consumer prices and prices of vegetable produces. Can you guess which line indicates the prices of the producers? And these are annual average consumer prices and producers' prices of onions, yeah. A similar comparison for carrots. Our goal was and will be to ensure food security and to have a fair price. For that, what we need from the state, we need such conditions so that we can be competitive on the single European market. It is not the case at the moment because there are different conditions for employing seasonal workers, different conditions in tax reliefs for farmers. So to make the quality of Czech vegetables more visible, we have created this brand, Vegetables and Fruits, with a family tree or family mark. It is vegetables and fruits produced under high quality conditions and with high quality and healthy methods. I have worked in agriculture for 26 years, so I can assess it, analyze, and I can provide some recommendations too. So the goals for sustainability and greening of the European economy must be planned in the long term. I am not against the environmental protection, and I believe that the key goal of the European Commission is correct, but I must say that the Green Deal perhaps should not be as strict or emphasized as much as it is. As regards gas, in relation to the current situation, the environmental or climate situation must be set aside, because otherwise all the economy might break up. To strengthen sustainability in the European economy, including agriculture and food production, as it is defined in the Green Deal, are too ambitious, and I am worried about the impacts on agriculture, especially in regard of the economic and political situation, which is highly different to the times when these goals were adopted. And I'm worried also about the fact that the impacts have not been assessed. I am afraid that the agricultural production will go down, and also the revenues of farmers will go down. And as a result, this will lead to further dramatic increase of food prices. Plans which are too ambitious have an impact on European agriculture as a whole. And what is more, third countries are not obliged to follow our rules. So what about our European competitiveness? The European Commission is calling for reducing dependence on oil and gas, on importing fertilizers and plant proteins. And actually, we should promote our self-sufficiency. So, as it seems, the current actions are very dangerous, very risky. So we need to call for a plan which will be realistic and feasible. I hope that the Czech Republic and the European Union will accomplish the goals for environment, for sustainable agriculture, and for high quality food without adopting meaningless and counterproductive proposals limiting our competitiveness and self-sufficiency. We should support Czech agriculture. We should apply common sense, just like the farmers in the past did, knowing that they are dependent on the farm because it is the basis for life, for self-sufficiency in the situation of huge political problems. And last but not least, as Václav Havel used to say, hope is not a belief that something will, that the end will be good, but it is the work that is to be done regardless of what the result is. So let me wish you good health, a lot of happiness and peace to everybody. Thank you for attention.
Včetně kritického zhodnocení Green Dealu.
So we have heard some criticism regarding Green Deal again. So it seems it's a topic we need to speak about repeatedly. So, and now let me hand over to Mrs. Dubravská, who will speak about animal production and meat processing, asking whether in the Czech Republic we will have a chance to eat Czech meat.
Good afternoon. Maybe the question should be not will we eat Czech meat in the Czech Republic, but will we have Czech agriculture, Czech farming in the Czech Republic? Will we still have, after 2, 3 or 5 years, will we have farming, production, livestock? How will the system work? This afternoon, we could hear a lot of messages and data regarding the current development and the situation we are facing. To know the future, we should draw from our experience. So let us think, let us contemplate on the farm animal breeding in the Czech Republic. From the numbers of livestock data available from the Czech Statistics Office, we could say that the number is reducing, enormously reducing, and for the previous 30 years, it is by 20%, which is alarming, especially in view of our self-sufficiency. In certain commodities, we are unable to feed our citizens. But the current government and EU, no one cares that the Czech Republic has problem with the number of livestock. And no one cares that if we have insufficient numbers of animals, we will not have good soil, farming soil, to provide our citizens what we are supposed to provide. We are unable to feed our people. That's the reality of the types of animals. The only number which keeps on increasing is horses. But what is the reason? It's not that we eat horse meat, but it is the system of grants and support, which does not make sense. This is the system which is now efficient in the Czech Republic. And also grants and financial support from the EU does not make good sense. Why is that? To get a grant, we need loads on soil, farming soil, and the easiest way is to breed horses, because the livestock unit is a unit which means a certain load, but there is no production. We should give money to those who really produce, who employ people, who increase the quality of soil, not to those who just breed animals because it's their hobby. That's not the meaning of our policy, of agricultural policy. In Germany, there are no grants provided for horses because horses are not included in livestock. So if someone wants to get grants for acreage, the person eligible must be a farmer and must produce something. So it's not only about figures on paper. The situation is that most of those who get grants, applicants for grants, are those who have nearly no production, no output. I don't want to speak too much about political aspects, but if someone talks about taxes and electronic register, then it does not make very good sense. We should distribute money which we have. If we spend €1, if we spend 1 Czech crown, then this €1, this 1 Czech crown must generate more, must generate employment to generate more money. Otherwise, the system is not well established. I don't know why we don't do that. Slovakia is diverting, Poland is diverting from that. So we are becoming third countries, which is a real nonsense. When we have a look at the meat consumption in the Czech Republic by type, then pork is the biggest percentage. And that is why I focus on production of pork and pig breeding. The reason is that this type of meat is very important. in Central Europe. 84 kilograms was the total meat consumption per capita per year, of which consumption of pork is 43, poultry 29, and beef 8.8. Only 1/3 of pork consumed was produced in the Czech Republic. So of 3 Wiener Schnitzels, 2 were imported and traveled 500 or 600 kilometers, and only 1 Wiener Schnitzel, 1 chop is Czech and fresh and good for our health. It is not mentioned too often. We know from the data available to us about the quality of meat, about the quality of vegetables and fruit. We have this data because the data is published and available at the EU portal and also in the Czech Republic. So it can surprise us that there are cheeses from Italy, from France, which are low in quality. I don't know why we are afraid of certain countries, why we pay too much respect to other countries. We are full members of the EU, and the quality achieved in the Czech Republic, mainly in the production of pork, for example, the quality here is excellent. These are the numbers of pigs in the Czech Republic, and it is alarming. The total number of pigs bred in the Czech Republic keeps on decreasing. These figures are from official data. These figures are published for a certain period of time, and the statistics sometimes is said to be based on precise methods, but the input data is not always precise. In the year 2020, we had 87,000 sows. In 2022, we are below 80,000 sows. Why am I talking about sows? The reason is that sows are the basis for the production of pork. To have a better idea, here you can see the decrease since 1990. Why 1990? Because in 1990 we were at 100% of our self-sufficiency. There were no problems with the quality of pork. There were no antibiotics in the meat or other substances which are not desirable. Today we speak about antibiotics and that antibiotics do not work anymore. But that's not surprising, because they are in our food. And if we intake antibiotics, then we become resistant. within just one generation, in a couple of decades, we succeeded in liquidating the numbers of pigs from 4 million down to 1.5 million, and also the number of sows of 340,000. We are at 77,000 only. And that's not the end of that. The number of sows will keep on decreasing. And the reason is that there are problems in breeding, and farmers and producers are unable to sell meat for prices above costs. Very often in the Czech Republic, you can buy products for prices which are below costs. How come? How possible that our legislators were unable to adopt a law similar to French, German, or Italian farmers to support their farmers? Then the answer should be quite simple. No one simply cares. We do not have people with common sense. As to the number of farms breeding pigs, also this number has decreased. But what is more important, of more than 7,000 farms, only 1,400 are farms with sow breeding. These are farms we need for the production of pork meats. The number of farms is so high because since 2018 there is the obligation to register breeding from one pig. We used to have an exception where, before 2018 we did not have to register each breeding farm, and the reason was the African swine fever and the prevention of transporting animals from one country to another. The concentration of pig breeding is the only possibility how to increase the competitiveness of breeding. Only 209 farms in the Czech Republic breed up to 77% of all pigs. So it's the same situation as with applicants for grants. We have more than 30,000 applicants, but fewer than 2,000 supported farmers or farmers supported by grants who produce meat, milk, vegetables, fruits, simply these commodities, basic commodities. If the Czech government is unable to support those who produce, then we still will have a couple of thousand of farmers, but there will be hardly any production. And in fact, our money, your money, my money, each taxpayer's money will be used for non-productive farms. We have a very high quality of breeding work, the number of piglets born per sow per year has increased, and also piglets which are bred per sow per year is significantly higher. Today, we talk about the huge shifts. A couple of years ago, it was only 20 piglets per sow, and due to selection criteria and high quality of breeding, we achieved these top achievements. Should the conditions for pigs, sows, and piglets be bad, then we would not achieve this. So if someone says that farmers in the Czech Republic do not breed pigs in the right way, then those people are not right. Otherwise, we would not have these achievements. We would have these rates. We know that we have only few farms. We have excellent results. We can breed piglets. We can produce meat. But how will this continue? Our farmer sells slaughter pigs. Pigs are classified according to the existing system. So there is a very unbiased system of assessment. Then the meat is sold further. And we can see the enormous differences between the prices after the classification and how much consumers pay. We can have a look at the leg of pork. In 2010, it was 26 per kilo, but consumers paid 102. So those who process the animal slaughters, then processes will get 76 Czech crown. Those who put the meat on the counter would have 103 crowns, but in 2020 it was 91 and 140 crowns per kilo. So when you see that a kilo of pork of leg costs 150 crowns, this money does not go to the farmers, to those who process the meats. Only 90 crowns go to these farmers, and the rest of the profit ends up completely in the pocket of someone else. To see some charts, you can see that it's quite obvious who profits most, who benefits most. We have farmers, producers. The only income of the producer is per pig sold. Then there is the one who slaughters and processes the animal and sells. And then it is the seller who, and this is what we consumers can see. Again, we have to see it in view of the figures. So one will get 30 crowns. Those who have to pay for the transport, for garbage collection, for processing, then that one gets 80 crowns, and nearly 50% of the price stays somewhere else. Is that fair? I don't think so. And this situation is not in Germany, in Italy, in Spain. They do not have this problem. The margin like this is not allowed. Maximum margin is established, and it's not possible that a supermarket gets 50% or even more, which happens here. As to the import of live pigs in the Czech Republic, the biggest ratio, the biggest numbers come from Germany, Slovakia, and Denmark. Let me explain. Slovakia exports live pigs. The situation there is that more than 50% of farms are not owned by Slovaks, but by Danes. So Denmark in Slovakia produces meat, and all this is subsidized from the EU. So in fact, it's a Danish meat which is produced in Slovakia. But import of live pigs is, these are pigs from Slovakia. I would like to emphasize that for those of you who eat meat, who buy pork, then if you care for your health and the health of your beloved, then always look where from the meat is. Do you want meat imported hundreds of kilometers, transported hundreds of kilometers, which is not fresh, which travels a couple of days across various countries, then don't hesitate and buy Spanish meat. If you don't mind that what you buy is not controlled enough, then buy Danish meat or German meat. But if you want a high quality meat, then buy Czech meat from Czech farms. We should always want this. For Czech meats, the quality and conditions and freshness can be controlled. What should we do to achieve that? I am not an optimist. I do not believe that the situation will change all of a sudden. So to change anything in terms of pork meat, then thorough control of meat imports from third countries must be ensured. We should, if we want to have quality meat, automatically, we should have an automatic ban on importing meat at dumped prices. The Czech Republic should not allow any EU country to import and sell meat at below cost and below purchase prices. Then it would not be possible to import Spanish meat for lower prices than Czech meats. If today the Czech farmers need at least 50 Czech crowns per kilo, then the processor should cannot sell for less than 60 crowns per kilo. And if the producer, the farmer, wants to pay their employees and pay taxes, then the price cannot be lower. And if the Spaniards say they are able to produce and sell meat here for less than 50 crowns, then I don't believe they can. Fuels are more expensive, so it's not possible to have cheaper meat after traveling more than 1,000 kilometers. So meat should be marked properly, and each consumer should be allowed and able to decide what to buy. We should support our domestic production. And by doing that, we will support employment here. By doing that, we will support each family, each person who lives here. Without doing that, we will have people without money who will be starving. But it's not only about money. It's also about setting the system. How is it possible that legislation can be strong, setting up very strong fundaments? How come that this is possible in Germany and it is not possible here? How come that Germans can deal with their margins? Why is not this possible in the Czech Republic? It is possible in France, it is possible in Spain. We are in the same EU. And also promotion of quality produce is another point. Elsewhere in Europe, even small children can see that, for example, in Austria, the best quality is produced in their home country. There are many problems which must be solved. If we do not support pork breeding, then we will eat meat from Danes, from the Dutch, Belgians, Spanish, but not the Czechs. And we would not use the potential which is here. We would not use the potential of money which was invested here. So not only today, but anytime you go to a supermarket or butchers, bear in mind that only 1/3 of the money you pay for meat will go to the Czech farmer or producer. Think about what you buy. If you buy something of Czech origin, then we support ourselves. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Dubrovská, for your very interesting message. And now we will get connected to listen to Sieta van Kempema about the crisis in the Netherlands. Let me add that then we will have questions and answers. And hopefully even our colleagues who are only online will stay connected to ask and to answer questions.
Okay, thank you very much for introducing me and also giving me the possibility to tell you something about the situation in the Netherlands, how in the Netherlands our government is making new legislation that is very, very hard for the farmers. Actually, we have a government that is unreliable, and I think that's for farmers the least you can have in a country. We have a nitrogen crisis, our government says, but it doesn't have to do so much with nitrogen, but it has a lot to do with policy making, and especially policy making that is not fair to the farmers. Actually, our government is trying to steal our land away, and I will show you in some examples. In the Netherlands, we have 162 Nature 2000 areas, but I should tell you that we do not have nature like you have it in the Czech Republic. We have all cultured land, and some areas are planted as nature. 118 of them have ecosystems that are nitrogen sensitive. And to protect that flora, they developed the critical deposition value. We call it in the Netherlands the kritische depositiewaarde. It is set by a scientist in the past, not through measurements, but through a model, through calculations. The critical deposition value, KDY, derives from these estimates are, however, so low that it is unfeasible to meet these KDWs, as we call them. And even you can see here on the left side, the situation in the Netherlands, that only 12% of our critical deposition values are not exceeded. So 88% of all our critical deposition values are exceeded. If you take away half of the agricultural production, so the farmers, half of the farmers, you only reduce with 9%. If you, however, reduce to all agriculture and also all economical things that are done in the Netherlands, we still have 71% of the critical deposition values that are actually not in line with how our policymakers want it to be. So what you actually see here is that we have a government who has set unachievable goals. Then after a while, they have made it binding in our Nitrogen Act as a target. So no longer as an indicator, as it was really meant to be, but as a target. And there we get a very difficult situation, because then organizations, environmental organizations, can go to the judge, to the law, and say, you have to forbid these farmers from producing because they don't set their target. So we are now in a position, we are now in a situation in the Netherlands that we cannot have any economical activities anymore because of this very hard standards that are unrealistic. And this is how an unreliable government causes a crisis. We don't only have these critical deposition values that are difficult, but also different from other countries in Europe. And I do have a good example for that, because we have a neighbor, and that is one of the states of Germany, that is North Rhine-Westphalia, that is very similar. The area in square kilometers is similar, the population is similar. They do have a little bit more Nature 2000 areas, but we have more agriculture. But in Germany, they don't have a problem with nitrogen. They do not have a nitrogen crisis at all. So there you can see how much it has to do with our critical deposition values. So then we have areas. Areas is also a model. it is a model that our government has developed or had developed to estimate nitrogen emissions and the deposition of those emissions. ARIES doesn't measure, but ARIES calculates estimates. And for years, the state organization who works with ARIES and who is the creator of this model, RIVM, refused to allow access to other scientists who wanted to access the model for its scientific value. They have done nothing for years to make clear to other scientists how this model was working. Then Farmers Defence Force had a big demonstration, and then they agreed to allow other scientists and the public to look at this system. Meanwhile, as we speak today, several commissions and research institutes have examined ARIES and all concluded that ARIES is not suitable for nitrogen policy. ARIES gives uncertainties that are so large, more than 100%, that the results are unreliable by definition. So both ARIES and the critical deposition value have been giving problems for years for agriculture, for farmers. Well, then you will think that maybe policymakers would make things better. Well, they haven't. They have made a new program approach to nitrogen. That was already done in 2015, and we call it the PAS, Program Approach to Nitrogen. And nitrogen is stikstof in the Netherlands. There was an environmental organization, MOB, Mobilization for the Environment, who then went to court because the PAS works like this. If you want to do an adjustment on your farm, you could first exceed the nitrogen emission and afterwards, with this innovation, reduce the emissions. And that is the PAS rulings of the 29th of May 2019 say is not how the birds and habitat guideline has to work. So on the 29th of May, a lot of farmers have become illegal. The PAS fell in a lawsuit, and all the farmers who had a PAS notification via the prevailing law were suddenly illegal. More than 3,400 farms have been in limbo ever since. And although the court has ordered the government to legalize these farms in the shortest possible time because they didn't do anything wrong, after 3.5 years, there is still nothing happening for those farmers. They are still illegal. The companies in question face further proceedings by Mobilization for the Environment, which demands that these farms are closed down. They face bank withdrawals and a government that is unreliable. Because today, as we speak, there is a demonstration in one of our provinces who say to farmers, okay, we know that you're not at fault of having not a good permit anymore, but you will be fined. And there's one farmer who now has to pay for every quarter of the year 118,000 euros because of faults of our government, of our unreliable government. Still, there has come more things that are not okay. We have now a Nitrogen Reduction and Nature Improvement Act, WSN in Dutch, and that was introduced on the 24th of March 2021. And again, we have unachievable reduction rates in this because they still are using the critical deposition values that you can never meet, and they are still using areas to calculate your emissions and your deposition. What we see in the Habitats Directive is the obligation to achieve results, but it are the member states who determine how and at what pace it is implemented. Because we now have an act, and in this act is really a target that is really much too high to get, because we have unreliable measurements like areas and the critical deposition value. You see that the problems have even gone worse. So although Europe, Brussels, doesn't ask from us to reduce a certain percentage before a certain date, our government has set these goals. So they have made the situation for everybody who is doing something economical in the Netherlands worse. After the introduction of the Nitrogen and Nature Act, the Minister of Nitrogen and Nature, we now have a Minister of Nitrogen and Nature, introduced the National Rural Area Program, which is even tougher with reduction targets. They speed up the target, and also this system, this program, is not legal, because the parliament hasn't even been able to vote on it. So now farmers are pushed to reduce emissions that you cannot measure, because we don't have the system to measure it in the right way to really calculate a reduction target that we can never achieve. So situations are getting worse and worse. And you would say that, well, of course, farmers have emissions through the cattle, but you also have a lot of nitrogen emissions from factories, from planes, from cars, from transport, from people, consumption patterns, etc. Only the farmers have to leave. Only the farmers have to reduce. Only the farmers get acts. But a communication from the European Commission on the 12th of October 2021 says there should not be selective application. Our government makes this selective application because no other firm is really so much threatened by the government as we are. Actually, they are not threatened at all. And we do have a lot of companies like Tata Steel, like Schiphol, like Rockwool, who don't even have the necessary permit for the activities that they have today. Although the farmers all had their permits via the route that our government said they should do. So we all have permits. And other companies don't have, but the other companies can continue their illegal situation, and the farmers have to leave. Since Friday, the 25th of November, so last Friday, also Black Friday for a lot of people, but it was really Black Friday for the farmers in the Netherlands, we got 4 letters from ministers. They have published all new requirements and conditions for farmers alone. As many as 3,000 farms will be designated as peak encroachers on Natura 2000 sites and must give way. Of course, they are given a year to agree on this and to get a farm somewhere else or else. Because if they do not go voluntarily, like they call it, they will push. So they will take your permit away. They will make sure that the bank withdraws its money, etc., etc. So what we now really see is that the hunt for our land is really open since last Friday, because in this letter also says that they want the right to buy every hectare of land if I stop as a farmer. So it says that if I don't have the courage anymore to continue as a farmer in the Netherlands, I cannot sell my land to anyone else but the state. And of course, that is a very, very sad thing for our democracy. They don't bother anymore about property rights, and they don't bother anymore our government on democracy. Besides the threat of expropriation, the government is claiming the sole ownership of our agricultural land. We are required to also give away our nitrogen rights. They want to take away 40% of all the nitrogen rights. So then there is, of course, 40% less room for farmers to farm, to produce food. That's also something. In these 4 letters from our agricultural government, from our agricultural ministers, not once is the word food in these letters. Our agricultural ministers do not care about food production anymore. What we say is, why are only the farms the peak loaders? Why are the big emitters without the nature permits left alone? But also, why is the European Commission looking away? Because we have tried to get help as farmers, because what is happening here has nothing to do with democracy anymore. Also, what we see and what is forbidden from European legislation is that they want to swap NH3, so the ammonia, with NOx. So everything, the nitrogen oxides that are getting out of cars and planes, etc. They want to swap it, and pollution swapping in Europe is forbidden. Also, it is forbidden in the NEC directive, so the National Emission Ceilings Directive. So how can we get out of this mess? Because we as farmers are, of course, giving a lot of programs to our government to get out of this mess in a very decent way, so that we all can continue with our farms, but also that economically we can do a lot. Farmers Defence Force has developed a program, and it's called the stikstofdepositiewaarde, and in translation it is the nitrogen deposition value. All activities reported as on the 1st of July 2015 and thus included in the SDY, so the nitrogen deposition value, will be legalized. Because we see that before the PAS, or the program that a lot of farmers got illegal about, the situation before that, everybody was legal and is still legal. So we say we have to look at all activities, not only the agricultural activities, but everything. So what did transport do? What did building houses do, etc., etc., transport. Then we look at how much nitrogen did everybody emit, and then legalize all these firms, all this emission. The nitrogen deposition of a given company as of the 1st of July 2015 allocated to that company will be its nitrogen space as a sector, but also as a region. Then we say no external netting, so no pollution swapping between the different economic sectors. So every sector has to reduce the same percentage to get nature better, to reduce nitrogen deposition on Nature 2000 areas and ecosystems. As a result, no large-scale exchange, we say, of NH3 and NOx is permitted anymore. This program will contribute to preventing deterioration of the natural characteristics of the Nature 2000 sites concerned, because that was one of the goals our government says. The program will include a guarantee that there is no reasonable doubt that new activities will not damage the natural characteristics of the Nature 2000 sites concerns. So we really have to prove that we are reducing nitrogen. Only new activities through internal and external netting. Internal netting is that with an innovation, you in your permit, in your farm, reduce nitrogen. External netting is that if a farmer wants to quit, he has a permit, and then he can sell his permit and his nitrogen rights to another farmer who lives nearby, who is also in this same area. And then our government will get a percentage to reduce the emissions, and the rest is used for the farmer to set up a new barn or whatever he wants to do. State skimming of nitrogen space to be transferred. So maximum 30%, we say, of external netting. So 70% goes to the farmer and 30% goes to nature. The PAS notifiers, so all the people who now are without a permit that are not fault, are also on our minds, and something has to happen for these people. They have to be legalized. So the program, as we have shown you, creates nitrogen space for nature through skimming in external netting. But a good voluntary, and voluntary really as it is meant as voluntary, national buyout scheme creates nitrogen space to legalize those PAS notifiers and the bottleneck cases, because we also have bottleneck cases. That is, we have a lot of farmers who do not have somebody to take over the farm. There are not a lot of young guys coming in and young girls coming in. All these farms would like to stop if there was a good buyout scheme, and that they are really given the opportunity to live a normal life when they are having this buyout. And then other farmers can take over their space. Irrevocable permits and property rights will be respected. That's one of our demands, because there are a lot of permits that you cannot take away, and our government is threatening to do so. But it is your right, and it should be respected in this way. If we do this program, we as farmers do give a lot to our government to solve the problems that they have created on their own. So we need some guarantees. Modification of the Nitrogen Reduction and Nature Improvement Act. Reduction targets out of the law. Brussels doesn't demand it, so our own government shouldn't also. This reduction target is not in line with the Birds and Habitat Directive and should not be from the Council of State either. Legislation in line with the Council of State's ruling. Targets removed from the SNN Act and permit granting based on netting. What does agriculture back to the 1st of July 2015? Extensification through less livestock through buyback. Legislation including PAS notifiers through buyback scheme. Emission reduction through external netting, and emission reduction by internal netting. So as a result, what will the government gain in return? Stable policy well beyond 2030, nitrogen reduction for years to come, Netherlands out of the lockstep, and that is for all economical sectors, so not only agriculture, but every sector can continue. Accelerated nitrogen reduction with every development. So everything we do will give nature 30%. No panic policy, what we are facing today. Legally 100% sustainable policy, and restoring trust in the government. Because the trust in the government, because of this whole situation, has gone back to 10%. Only 10% of the Dutch people still believe in this government. And that is, of course, a very sad thing to say. Farmers do not trust their policymakers at all anymore. And that is a situation you should solve as a government. This is how we go on our way to a natural reduction of the nitrogen deposition. Because of our program and our reduction with 30% of every netting, internal or external, that we do, you have the guarantee that we reduce nitrogen. Well, our government looked at all this and got back to us last week, only a day before they came with their 4 letters. And what we see today is that after 3.5 years of talking about how to make the legislation better, to make sure that our pass notifiers are legalized, as the judge, as the court said they should be. After giving a lot of facts, scientific facts from scientists that say areas is not suitable, you should change that. The critical deposition values that you have are not even in practice to do for no one. Our government just continues on their own road. We now see that they want the land, they want the farmers to get away. They do not care about food security, and they do not care about food safety, because Dutch producers produce in a very safe and high quality way. What we see on our farms, but also in the villages, who of course are very bound to our agriculture, is a lot of sadness, a lot of suicides, a lot of people losing every hope for the future. And that is actually what our unreliable government has done in these last years. They have really done the worst that we have ever seen in decades. So we don't trust our government anymore. I hope that you in the Czech Republic will never do to your farmers what our government has done to us. We are still fighting. We are still fighting for our rights, and situation has to improve. So we also want to go to court, and we will go to court with the people who are now illegal because of our unreliable government. And I thank you very much for taking the time to hear us, and maybe we can in future help each other. And thank you very much.
Děkujeme paní Světě van Kempema za
Thank you for your interesting presentation. And as I hope, now we are all ready to listen to the questions from the audience and to reply to those questions. But before, I would like to ask Mrs. Nebeská about her opinion on vegetables vertical growing in the big greenhouses with a high level of mechanization, high productivity and low water consumption, which is probably very costly as regards the cost of acquisition. Thank you for your question. I think the answer is very extensive, so we could speak a lot very long, but it is energy intense, investment intense. I am not quite sure that it will develop fast, as it may have seemed a few years ago, but using greenhouses for tomatoes was a controversial topic, but I believe that this kind of production has a potential for future. Mr. Teplý, do you think that calling soy milk or referring to soy milk as meal is not a false information for consumer. It is actually illegal as regards European as well as Czech legislation. But let's not stick with the laws only, but it is extremely confusing in my opinion, because the nutritious value of milk, the animal milk, containing essential acids, fats, a lot of minerals, proteins, high quality fat, high quality sugar. So such milk is completely different, and also the footprint is much lower. So it is something really different to the imitations which pretend to be milk, where the carbon footprint is threefold and it is a chemical compound. But why should it be called milk once it is not real milk? It is really strange how these names are used. Last week, I decided that I will commission our research department to produce cheese in the shape of carrot, and I will call it animal-based high-level protein. So we should not pretend that soy should be referred to as milk. Thank you for your answer. Mrs. Nebeská, do you think that low vegetables production values are not distorted due to the Czech tradition of growing vegetables in people's own gardens? Well, I don't know the Czech Statistical Office's methodology, whether they have taken this kind of distortion into account, but looking at the 1990s and the current period, I believe that we have learned to eat well-balanced diet, and growing the vegetables or fruits in one's garden is mainly a thing that is disappearing to some way. For some people, it is a hobby, of course, but I don't think that this aspect would influence the average consumption figures in reality as arising from the official statistical numbers. I have a friend, a journalist, who told me that people in the Czech Republic are still living a very good life because he can see roses in the gardens instead of potatoes. So this may be quite an extreme opinion, and I hope the roses will stay for some time. Mrs. Kempijn, maybe it is a vicious cycle. If we reduce livestock production, maybe we will not have the fertilizers. Well, just a few days ago, the Agricultural Committee of the European Parliament was dealing with the issues of imbalanced distribution of manure in Europe. We know that in the Netherlands there is a high concentration of manure. So how does Netherlands deal with this issue?
Yes, we have a lot dense animal livestock population, but we also have our laws, of course, that say that you cannot put more manure on your fields than a certain amount of kilos, and the rest is sold. So you really have to prove that you sold this manure to a farmer who needs it, or an arable farmer who needs it. And also a small part is going to bio-energy facilities, etc. And I think that is a growing future, because we need the manure of these cows. We do not produce a lot of products that are coming on our borders, but we do have the land and the circumstances to produce a lot of milk, a lot of vegetables, potatoes, etc. So that is what we sell on the international market, and the international market around the Netherlands is mostly 600 to 700 kilometers. There, more than 90% of all our products are going. We have a very small country, so it's mostly in the EU, and the EU is mostly called one region. So then it would go to other parts of Europe where people do not have the manure enough to keep the land fertile. And I think keeping the land fertile is very important to also have this security of food. And security of food will be more and more important, especially with the Ukraine war that has brought this to our attention again.
Děkuji za odpověď. Ještě bych se zeptal paní Kempema na následující věc. Máme v zemědělském výboru za Nizozemí, za stranu zvířat, paní Aniu Hazenkamp, která je přesvědčena, že zvířata v chovech velmi trpí a chce zřejmě dosáhnout toho, aby zvířata chována nebyla a tím netrpěla. Jakou má asi podporu ve veřejnosti a šanci na znovu zvolení?
I did not get any English translation when you spoke.
Excuse me, I will repeat the question. It is about the Dutch representative on the Agricultural Committee who says that the animals are suffering on farms, and whether she stands a chance for being re-elected.
Okay, yes, that's, I think, Mrs. Haaskamp. Yes, she is the only one saying that, because there is an investigation done by the scientific magazine Nature, that is a very important scientific magazine. And it said in December 2019 that worldwide the Dutch were number 5 in the top 5, or were in the top 5 of the most sustainable food systems. And we are in our animal welfare a lot further than a lot of other countries in the world. I think that if you look at what our animals, how they are traveling and transported, I think that animals are transported in the Netherlands a lot better than the people on our trains, trams, buses, etc. And so I think it's an opinion, but it's most certainly not something that is really true. And I don't hope that she's going to be elected, because people who are so opposed to a very important part of our food cycle, they do not have any good influence on policy. If you are really against livestock, then please don't say anything about it to policymakers, because we are never going to meet the demands of those people. They will never say, yes, you're doing a good thing. They will always be negative. So I don't consider them at all.
Děkuji za odpověď.
Thank you for your answer. I believe we have some additional questions. Mrs. Dubrovska, how do you like your new position in the Skaličan company? Thank you for your question. I must say it is a great challenge to me. And we have a motto who doesn't eat meat from Česká Skalice is not a Czech, and I believe this will become true because we are producing pigs only from Czech breeders, so I believe we can guarantee the quality of meat, and also we strive for our products to have the highest, to be of the highest quality. So I believe our company was established on the 15th of July 1994, and I believe that it will grow to be 50, and the people who work in the business are very good. They are passionate about their jobs, and I believe they will gain the trust of the population, of the people, in the fact that we can deliver high quality meat, and in this way we can support other Czech producers as well. So keep your fingers crossed for us, and if you have a chance, please buy Czech products. This is essential. Any other questions? Mrs. Nebeská? In my kids' school, the allocations of fruits and vegetables were lowered due to the increased prices. What do you think about it, and who should make this good? Who should correct this situation? Of course, this is nonsense, and it is a shame, because we know that what the children learn when they are little, they continue that later in their lives. I don't know who provides the funds for the vegetable and fruits. I think it is a program of the Ministry of Agriculture, and certainly it should be adapted to the new conditions quickly, even though we know this is problematic. But if I had a chance to support it, to influence it, I would do my best. Thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Teplý, is it true that the Madeta company should be closed down? Well, maybe one day in the future, but not while I am alive. I spoke to Mr. Teplý's father, who is confident that they will survive anything, any kind of problem or situation. Is anyone dealing with harmonizing the rules for records and inspections and controls in the EU in terms of monitoring imports from third countries? Sorry, I spoke about meat, but as regards these inspections and control of plant protection products, this is monitored and analyzed. And as we know, the Czech Republic uses 1.38 kilograms per hectare of active substance. So we have information, we have the information. But as anywhere else, I believe there are illegal imports of these products, and this is a problem for the growers. And even though all this is controlled, to Europe and to Czech Republic, many kinds of food, including fruits and vegetables, are important. Also, cereals and processed foodstuffs, which contain plant protection products, which are prohibited here. And the consumer does not know this. So we are trying to attract attention to this, saying we do not have equal conditions, and we cannot be expected on a 100-meter track if you have an athlete who does this all their life, and if there is another person working in a factory, you cannot rely on the person without any practice to win. So this is maybe the goal of the imports. We have the information, but the issue is inaction, inactivity, because then we can say we did not do what everyone needs to have equal conditions. Okay, so thank you very much. I would like to thank all the experts present who provided their presentation and valuable information. And I believe we will succeed in convincing the population that food is not produced on the shelves of the chains, but that there is a long distance between the farmer and the consumer, and that farming is a hard work that needs to be respected. And I believe that we should all strive for self-sufficiency, taking into account the risks of the current period. So thank you again.